Calling this meeting back to order, the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education. Item 4.1, the Pledge of Allegiance. Superintendent will lead us. And Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Superintendent. All right. Member Wu, you have a statement for us? Oh, you're on mute, Member Wu.
Thank you. The recent events of hate crimes against Asian Americans, specifically the tragic event in Atlanta earlier this week, has left us with deep sadness. These events remind us of the urgent need for advocacy, discussion, and attention of this ongoing violence and racism. Our hearts go out to the individuals and their families affected by these horrific crimes. The Board of Education remains firmly committed to the anti-racism, anti-hate, and anti-violence work that must be done to eradicate systemic racism. For our most impacted communities, I know and understand that the Latinx or Hispanic communities and Black or African American communities stand in solidarity with the Asian and Pacific Islander communities. There are resources and tips for both self-care and community care available on the district's website that you may find helpful as we work together on healing. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wu. Student Board Member Broadcast statement.
Yes, Madam President. This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Monday, March 22nd at noon and Tuesday, March 23rd at 7 p.m. And also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. The public has been given the opportunity to address the board through public comment, either by submitting comments which are posted on our website or by speaking during the meeting. Members of the public who wish to speak during the meeting submitted a speaker form by noon today and were sent a link to participate. When it is your turn to provide comment, we will call on you to provide comment orally. Your video will not be on. Please always limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do so, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda.
Thank you, Student Member Shea. All right, item 4.3, my favorite part of the meeting, stellar students. We have, is it Member Rhodes? Are you presenting this evening? Perfect.
Yes. So you guys might have remembered last meeting when we had Andres Castillejo Sanchez, who was not able to make it. So we wanted to give him his flowers and represent this award to him and his family who are on the line today. So our stellar student today is from Parkway Elementary. Andres attends Parkway Elementary and he's in the 5th grade. His birthday is December 20th and his favorite color is turquoise, and he loves playing football and his friends and his family. His favorite food is pizza, and when he grows up, he wants to be a veterinarian. His favorite part of the Learning Hub is seeing the other scholars, the games played during his mass breaks, the environment, and the activities because it calms him. At first, he was skeptical about the Learning Hubs, but now he's a true fan. This is Andres Castillejo Sanchez, and he is Parkway's stellar scholar. You've done a great job. Thank you.
Congratulations. And I'm sorry, did you say he's online with us this evening?
Yes. If you're the opportunity for his family?
Yes.
Do we have Andres? Okay. Doesn't look like it.
Okay, we can come back to him if we can get him online. For sure, we'd love to hear from him.
Yes.
Okay, item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Good evening, President Pritchett. The board will continue closed session and reconvene at the end of this meeting after item 12.0 to consider item 3.1. Apart from that, the superintendent has an announcement out of closed session.
President Pritchett, I apologize. I want to go back to 4.3. We do have another stellar student.
Oh, I apologize. Giovanni Rosales? From Wilsey Wood, who is presenting this one?
I am.
Vila, I apologize.
No, it's okay. I didn't know if they were online. Is he there?
Do we have Giovanni Rosales online? Okay, maybe we can come back to stellar student.
Yes, we can come back.
Okay, all right. We'll do the announcement of action taken in closed session back to that superintendent item 5.0. Do you want to do your announcements?
Yes, thank you, President Pritchett, board members. I am very pleased to announce that the board, by unanimous vote of 7-0, approved the appointment of Dr. Robert Lyons as our Chief Information Officer. Congratulations, Dr. Lyons. I'm also pleased to announce, board members and community, that by a unanimous vote also of 7-0, the board approved the appointment of Miss Amber Sutton as principal of Bowling Green Charter McCoy Academy Elementary School. Congratulations, Miss Sutton. And finally, I'm pleased to announce that the board, by a unanimous vote of 7-0, approved the appointment of Mr. Shannon Mayfield as principal of Tahoe Elementary School. Congratulations, Mr. Mayfield.
Great. Thank you so much, Superintendent. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
Move to adopt.
Thank you. So I got a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Do we have our stellar students back on before I move on?
Not yet.
Okay. Item 7.0, special presentation. 7.1, Women's History Month resolution by Member Garcia.
Need to unmute myself. Thank you, Board President, colleagues. I ask that you join me today to celebrate March 2021 as Women's History Month and recognize the women of every culture, class, and ethnic background who have played a critical role in shaping our economy, culture, and society. Throughout history, women have been leaders in every movement for social and political change, including Lucrecia del Valle, a 19-year-old Latina who fought for the suffrage and equal rights, which led to California becoming the 6th state in the nation where women could vote. Sojourner Truth, a former slave who fought for emancipation. Dolores Huerta, who fought for the struggle to organize farm workers. And Kamala Harris, the first female and biracial vice president of the United States. The achievements of women who have gone before us are many, but there is much more to be done and address the continued inequities and advocate for equal access to all of opportunities in this nation, the nation has to offer. In celebrating Women's History Month, we focus on the accomplishments of the women of California and the United States and provide our students to benefit from the awareness of these contributions. I ask that you join me today to approve Resolution 3188 and proclaim March 2021 as Women's History Month. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Garcia. And are we presenting this to someone or?
We are not.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have any public comment?
We do. We have 2 public comments, and the first comment is from Amanda Connolly.
No. Do we have Ms. Connolly on, Ms. Moretti?
We're getting her.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize. I didn't have a comment for Women's History.
Oh, you don't have a comment on this agenda item?
No, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Ms. Moretti, who is a second?
Is Terrence Gladney.
Okay.
Good evening, board. Thank you guys for bringing this resolution forward, obviously. As I took the time to look at the previous 3 resolutions on Women's History Month, which are board resolutions 2998, 3072, and 3128, I found the same base language within those resolutions. I found that previous resolutions were a little bit more specific in the work that the district was doing at the time around being more inclusive of empowering young ladies, as the resolution speaks to. I would love that as we continue to bring these resolutions forward, whether it's this specific one or, previously the resolution on African American History Month, if we had an urgency around tying specific actions to these resolutions when they come forward, and also tracking the previous progress and current status of these efforts in what we're doing. For example, the previous resolutions spoke to partnerships around Girls on the Run. I would love to incentivize and prioritize programs such as those so that they have better access to facilities that serve our young women. I teach technology, and this whole week I spent educating my students on the disparity between the population of women in our population and those represented in technology. But even my TK and first grade students know that the way we improve and change that narrative is by increasing access. So if we tie our policies and actions to things and direct actions that will make that a reality, then we can make these resolutions have a little bit more teeth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney. Is there any board discussion on this item? Okay, I'd just like to say that I'm excited about this resolution, and I know that there's lots of work being done within our district in terms of empowering our young girls and women. And one of those programs in particular is our program Shine that we have at our school site. So I'm looking forward to having that back at our school sites as we are opening back up. So with that, this is an action item. Oh, and I also want to say it's a pleasure being on this board with the majority women. So with that, this is an action item. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
President Pritchett.
This is a roll call vote. I apologize. And student preferential vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Superintendent.
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Morowski,
Aye.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Villa,
Aye.
Member Rhodes,
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Thank you. All right. Item 7.2, conditions of readiness, update on in-progress metrics.
Thank you, President Pritchett. Before we turn it over to our staff who've been working arduously just to make sure that we can present an update, I know our community has asked for updates until we reopen and welcome our students back. Today's focus of the presentation is not so much going to be going through the entirety of the slides that we've presented in the past. A lot of them have focused on the metrics on our dashboard for reopening that have been completed. We want to spend our time today giving an update to the board and to our community of those areas that as of 2 weeks ago, those metrics still showed up as in progress. And our staff is going to give our board and our community an update on the status of those in progress metrics. I hope to be able to continue to build a level of confidence in our community of the work that is taking place day in and day out, including the weekends, to make sure that we are prepared and put together a plan that has our schools ready to welcome our students in a safe and learning environment. Not just our students, of course, but all of our talented and wonderful staff that will be serving them in person very soon.
Well, good evening, Board President, Pritchett, Board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I'm the Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability here for Sac City Unified School District. I'm joined by a distinguished group of district leaders. You can see their names there, and each of them will be presenting to you separately over the next several minutes. As Superintendent mentioned, this is our opportunity to provide an update on the status of all of our conditions for reopening. You actually will see in the in-process measures from 2 weeks ago, we actually have at least one that's converted to completed. So the goal here is to provide a real-time snapshot of performance. Go to the next slide. And so ultimately, all of our work is anchored around our Return Together vision statement. And as we think about the shift that we're seeing in terms of our county status, ultimately the health orders still provide the most important guidance for safe return for our students, staff, and community. But ultimately, all of the work is oriented to the final part of this vision statement in terms of assuring all students are given equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from a wide array of options. And we recognize that in the midst of the pandemic, that's been a special challenge for us to fulfill the promise of the guiding principle. And of course, obviously, lots of our academic plans orient around reducing and mitigating learning loss. Go to the next slide. So this slide is, a little bit of a variation. We've had an opportunity to update it based on the latest frameworks that we've seen from the California Department of Public Health, and then of course from our local Sacramento County Department of Public Health. And so, one thing that is celebratory for us is that we actually have moved since sometime in the fall from widespread purple to red. And so that also is an encouraging sign in terms of the reduction of community spread, which is one of the biggest factors in building a safe environment for all of us to return back to our school sites. Go to the next slide. And so specifically for Sacramento County, we see the case rate has fallen to 8.0, nearly four case rate points since the last time we presented. Our positivity rate has remained continuing lowering down to 3.2. And so as we think about the conditions of readiness, this is hard data that tells us that the conditions of readiness have really improved significantly for us in our local context. Go to the next slide. And with that, I'll turn it over to Victoria Flores to give you an update on our vaccination.
Good evening. Well, and as Mr. Harris talked about, we've moved to red because of the vaccine accessibility to our communities, particularly our communities most impacted by COVID.
Should I say something?
Oh. So this is really exciting for us to be able to see this. So 2 million of our residents have been vaccinated, and when we meet that 4 million mark, we will be able to move even further. So we've been working really hard to ensure that our educator staff who want to be vaccinated and are ready have that opportunity and availability. And as of tomorrow, we will have finished our 4th vaccine clinic, meaning that we've fully vaccinated over 2,000 of our SCUSD staff and thousands of community members. So we're really excited about this. We've also sent out dozens of emails about vaccine clinics to all of our employees at CalExpo, McClellan Park, and then recently through a partnership with SCOE and Safeway. And we are really excited to announce that we have another first dose clinic scheduled with Dignity Health on March 26th, again, held at the Cerna Center. And that second dose will be on April 16th. So again, another opportunity to offer vaccination to our educators and eligible community members who are ready. And we know some folks maybe have been hesitant, and so we want to continue to push those opportunities out. And so as you can see on the right, we've posted to our main vaccine clinic or our main vaccination webpage. We've got links about the benefits of the vaccine, FAQs. We also have all of the main resource links. So Sacramento County Public Health, the link to that McClellan Park Clinic, a vaccine finder, and all of the major health insurance organizations. And I just wanted to take a moment to really express my deepest gratitude to all of our school nurses. They're amazing. If you see them, give them a high five or an elbow bump, and our health services staff. This is the team who's been coordinating all of our clinics. They're working at every single clinic. We were down there just tonight setting up. So just major gratitude to them. As our county expands into all of these different eligibility categories, we're now moving into food service and agriculture. Also, residents 16 and older who might have medical issues or disabilities. We're really looking forward to continuing to partner with Dignity and anyone else to expand and offer these opportunities. And with that, I will turn it over to Nathaniel Browning, who will take you to the next slide.
In this slide, just a reminder of our overall reopening dashboard. As Superintendent mentioned, we won't be going through each of the measures tonight, but just want a reminder that this is online, available on the district's website. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Browning.
Next slide, please.
Sorry, I think this is about testing. I'm sorry, I got a little mixed up and should have turned it back to Mr. Harris. So if we can go back one more to the testing slide. There we go. Sorry about that. Oh, one more back to the testing slide. Thank you so much. Sorry about that, board and superintendent. So we're really excited to actually say that this was an in-progress metric last time we were in front of you, and we're excited to share that we've actually completed it. Our goal was the end of March, and we've been able to onboard and continue to ramp up our COVID testing. We began the week of March 8th, and now we're pushing it out to all of our sites. As of today, we've actually conducted over 700 tests. This was done yesterday, and our positivity rate is sitting right, as of today, it was 0.88%, so 0.88%. And I just want to call out that our county rate is 3.5. So we are not seeing, that spread that it maybe is happening in our community. And I really want to appreciate all of the mitigation measures that everyone is using and doubling down on. And our average testing turnaround time is averaging at 28 hours. So these results are coming in quickly. We look forward to expanding testing and offering it regionally before any of our staff or our students come back. So we have a tentative plan of offering testing on April 5th and 6th, kind of based on regions, so that all of our staff and students who are returning in person have that opportunity. And with that, I will turn it over to Nathaniel Browning for the next slide.
Hello, I'm Nathaniel Browning. So a couple more dashboard metrics that are still in progress are the plexiglass barrier installations. We have installed plexiglass barriers in the front counters, the multi-purpose room and cafeteria counters, as well as library counters. We are circling back around to those front counter office spaces within our front offices to install a thicker, stronger, and more permanent barriers in those areas now. That work started this past Monday and will be completed by April 2nd. Another metric that we are working on right now is in relation to directional signage and stanchions. So this week we began delivering a number of pop-up tents and traffic cones to sites for their use as needed. We also have stanchions already previously delivered to sites, but we have another order of stanchions on the way now, and hopeful that they'll be delivered here centrally next week for an immediate distribution out to sites for their needs. And then additionally, We do have a number of directional arrows and signage provided that will be distributed out and installed before the opening of school on the 8th. Next slide, please. Another area on the dashboard is the PBK assessments that we've discussed previously. As previously stated, PBK assessments, PBK was selected because of their expertise in this area. They came through the district and identified all of the areas of potential focus in order to best mitigate COVID-19 in all of our classrooms and common spaces throughout all of our sites. They started coming back to each and every one of our sites this past Monday just to confirm everything was in place and making sure that we're ready for school to start on the 8th. They will be completed with those final walkthroughs next Monday, March 22nd. The dashboards and assessments that PBK previously completed were sent out to community or site leaders and plant managers in order to prepare the sites for this final walk. We do have a number of facility staff going out and walking the sites along with PBK right now and continuing to provide the highest level of service to those sites in order to make sure we are ready. And with that, I would love to turn it over to Mr. Lee Sada for the next slide.
Next slide, please. Great, that's perfect. Thank you, Nathaniel, and good evening, members. My name is Lee Sada, and I'm the Interim Assistant Superintendent overseeing facilities. As shared previously, this slide summarizes the CDC guidelines that we've been using as reference points when it comes to ventilation and filtration for the various facilities. The orange bullets highlight a few key guidelines that we'll discuss this evening. Next slide, please. I'd like to start with information about AB 841. This is a slide that we also previously shared. And as a reminder, AB 841 will specifically provide grant funding for the repair, replacement, and upgrading of HVAC systems. Additionally, the legislation will provide grant funds for the installation of CO2 sensors. So we previously reported that the grant funding associated with the bill is not yet available, and this still remains true. However, we have continued to monitor the situation, and we do intend to apply for those grant funds. In the meantime, we're going to provide CO2 monitors in 3 phases, and I'll share those phases and the progress we've made in the next slide. So next slide, please. So we have 6 sort of buckets or overall goals that we're trying to achieve with ventilation and filtration. This slide summarizes those goals, and the next set of slides will provide you with the progress of each of these items. So please recall that these goals are in alignment with CDC guidelines and with AB 841. Please note that the portable HEPA units that will provide Please note that the portable HEPA units that have been selected will provide a clean air delivery rate of 250 or greater per 1,000 square feet of space, and that the CO2 monitors are being installed in a phased manner with deadlines that staff feel are realistic. Please also note there in item 5, a description of the implementation of these monitors. We're going to start in sort of a first phase by providing handheld devices to each school in the short term. In the middle term, we've asked our existing vendor for a solution that may be added to the existing building management system, which should account for approximately 60% of our overall spaces. And finally, we're going to simultaneously begin working with an engineering consultant to assist in a solution for the remaining 40% of the units. And you can see some projected dates there that we hope to finish this work by. And of course, finally, we'll engage with an architecture and engineering firm to review all of our HVAC units to come up with a plan to identify units that may need to be replaced. Next slide, please. So wanted to start here and focus on the progress of each task. For item 1, the existing HVAC units have been programmed to provide 100% outside air for a minimum of 2 hours before and after class. This item is complete. The second item there, which was supposed to be number 2, it says we agreed to change filters 3 times per year rather than once. And the third cycle replacement will upgrade the filters to MERV 13 wherever possible, and is scheduled to begin on April 1st with guidance from the board at our last meeting, with an estimated completion date of May 31st. Our own staff believe that this may address as many as 75% of the classrooms, so that's great news. Item number 3 there, again mislabeled as number 1. We are in the process of hiring a vendor and possibly several vendors to evaluate and repair any items that are found preventing HVAC unit from functioning to its highest capacity. The proposals for those are due on Friday, March 26th. And then finally, the last item, bold there, which should have been labeled as number 4. We have purchased and received 3,000 portable HEPA filtration units, of which specifications I just mentioned, with just under 65% already being deployed to the sites. Next slide, please. For item 5, to address the CO2 monitors and the TAB or air balancing report, the implementation is progressing as follows. We've identified 200 handheld units and have a vendor quote, which we're currently reviewing. For the second sub-bullet, Jeff and his team have met with our existing building management system vendor. They've been provided with a CO2 sensor that could be added to the existing system, which would apply again to approximately 60% of our schools. We're expecting that proposal next Friday. And for the remaining 40% of the schools, we continue researching, but we've tentatively identified a solution that meets our needs and that we think can be made compatible with future upgrades. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, let me quickly, if you could just go back one slide again. I wanted to quickly address the air balancing report. That report will be started after the filters are installed and the HVAC units are repaired. So we're off to a good start, and we'll continue to share progress as we continue through this process. As I said earlier, an architect and mechanical engineer will provide an overall assessment that will be used to guide us in deciding which HVAC units we need to replace based on the remaining life expectancy of each unit. Next slide. And finally, as reported previously, we have launched a few assessments and tests. The first was to ascertain the effectiveness of the previously purchased UVDI units. We have a closed space test and an in-classroom testing, which will happen tomorrow and Monday, with results due in approximately 2 weeks on or around April 2nd. So of course, we'll keep you apprised of the progress and the results. This again wanted to recognize Jeff Wynn and his team. They continue to evaluate other enhancements for large spaces as well as entries, and we'll keep you updated on their good work. And with that, I'd like to pass it along now over to Human Resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we wanted to provide you with information that is updated from what we previously shared, and you'll see numbers trending upwards in almost all cases with this. So we are now, as you can see on here, at 66%. As we continue with the outreach, we continue with phone calls and working with principals directly to help with their staff in terms of knowing what individuals are planning for their return. Now, I will say, of course, the district expects everybody to return, right? Once we reopen, the expectation is that the adults in our system would be there. But we know we put this out for planning purposes because we also know that there would be employees who need additional help, employees who would need to go through an interactive process. So our risk management team is reaching out to those individuals who opted to respond with an option 3 to talk specifically about needs that they might need. If we can go to the next slide. Again, we're up to 66%, so that's just over about 3,500 responses so far. You can see how each of them is broken down. And I will note that we have fewer. Last time we had almost 300 in that no response for the EK through 3 group. We're at about 161 now. So again, all the numbers trending in the right direction. And we think things such as the vaccinations, the clinics that are happening, the access to vaccination is certainly helping, as well as we're just getting closer and people are responding with what they anticipate at their school sites and departments. If we can go to the next slide. The elementary slide, it's all the elementary schools, so it's a little bit tiny, but as I looked at the data from just 2 weeks ago when we presented, every single one of these numbers is higher this 2 weeks later than it was previously, and some of them quite significantly. What we showed you this time is these are just the teachers at the school sites, and these are just the ones who selected option 1. So option 1 was that I'm ready to go, ready to return physically when schools reopen. So increased numbers, even looking just at option 1, which we know there will be some in other options as well. Go to the next slide, please. And the trend continues with middle schools. Again, I can't say where they are. Obviously, there are no 100% on here. These are just looking at teachers, but we do have each and every one climbing with more and more. Last time you may recall that the middle schools were in the teens for the most part. I think with 35% are in there, and now clearly getting better. We can go on to the next slide. Our K-8s, same is true here. There were teens and 20s. You can see those percentages have increased as well as we look at just the percentage of teachers selecting that first option to help us with our planning. Next slide and last slide. The high schools. I said there were no 100%ers, and there is 100% right on top. So glad to be wrong. We had 100% out there. But again, the overall theme of showing each of those segments is that they are trending in the right direction. They are increasing in terms of the individuals indicating that they are ready to return once the district fully reopens. So with that, I'll pass it on to the next presenter. Thank you. So we can go to the next slide. And it's technology.
All right. Thank you, Concy. Good evening, Chad Schweitzer, Instructional Assistant Superintendent, here with a update from the Technology Reopening Committee. We are ensuring that every one of these devices will be in all of our classrooms for our teachers upon their return. That would include 2 devices for every teacher. We currently have Chromebooks in stock for everybody. We're also ordering PC or Mac laptops to replace the outdated devices to ensure every teacher has a primary device that will function to provide high quality instruction for our students. We're also ensuring a 27-inch display monitor to connect and view students who are at home and on Zoom. For clarity, this is a computer monitor for the teacher to use whilst they're at their desk. For classrooms that do not have a large screen TV, smartboard, or a projector, we have purchased LCD projectors, and those are ready to be installed. We've also purchased the Poly Studio camera for all classrooms. This is a 3-in-1 device that includes a camera, a microphone, and a speaker. The first shipment will arrive tomorrow, and we'll begin processing those to have them installed at the sites. We also have spare Chromebooks in stock, additional carts and chargers, all the cables necessary, and additional power strips for charging devices in the classrooms. We're also going to order USB docking stations to allow multiple device connectivity. And beginning next week on March 23rd, we'll begin installing 1,200 wireless access points, beginning with our elementary schools. Plans for professional development will be shared by Chief Bieda during her presentation. And if we go to the next slide, I believe we'll see some of the technology that I just mentioned.
Superintendent, is this what you're playing video?
I hear some echo. Mr. Harris or?
Oh, that's the link to the video. If it doesn't work, then we can keep moving with the presentation. That's the link to the video of our communications team created for the reopening of schools.
And we can move forward.
Is Bert checking on that or?
Classmates in the classroom as close to what it would feel like if they were here with us. And so this system would allow for the kids in the classroom to hear their classmates at home and vice versa. The teacher can engage with both of them simultaneously in some cases or as needed. Excited at the opportunity to create a learning experience for kids, whether they're here or at home. We recognize that concurrent learning as it is now is not going to be an exact replication of what students normally experience. However, we are also proud to share the fact that we want kids to engage with technology and that we know that that's valuable to their learning experience. And so this is in some ways an
President Pritchett.
Our face masks correctly every time we're around other people. One of the first things that students and families will see when they come to campus is the health screening to make sure that they're not having any signs and symptoms of illness or that anyone in their home is sick. And so they'll come through, make sure that they're healthy, and then we'll also be checking their temperatures. Another measure we're going to also use is healthy hygiene practices, and that includes washing our hands.
Bert, our apologies. We have sent links to our community. We'll do it again this evening. It is a video that explains what measures we've put in place, the instructional model. I want to thank our communications team, our principal at Harkness, and a variety of other staff that worked very hard to put that together. Again, we'll make sure that we send that link to our community. I'm hopeful that many of you have seen that, but in the interest of time, let's continue the presentation, please.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Christine Bieda, your Chief Academic Officer, and while we're queuing up our PowerPoint, when you do have the opportunity, board members as well as our community, to view that video, you'll celebrate and hear as you watch what is shared and then move toward the end of the video, you get to hear Dr. Govea, our principal at Harkness, say, "We are ready. Sac City is ready." And when you see that video, and I do encourage everyone to take up it's very short, it's only 3 minutes. But when you take a moment and see the technology, when you see a teacher who is our ed tech coordinator, Nova Katz, who has been absolutely amazing in helping us with our preparation. When you hear from our director, Victoria Flores, share and see the hand washing and our kids, how they know how to use their space, you will know and have confidence that we are ready. We're ready. We can't wait for everybody to be back. So as we're still waiting for the PowerPoint, I'll share also that one of the things that I wanted to acknowledge this evening is, although we're preparing to reopen and invite our students back in space, and our staff back in space, one of the most important things I need us to remember as we hear everything tonight is we know that our schools have been open. The buildings have not necessarily been open, but our teachers, our support providers, our nurses, our staff have been feeding our children, caring for our children, and working, I would say, harder than ever to be innovative and to be able to completely flip their skill set to this time. So please understand that although we're reopening and opening our doors and we can't wait to have our halls filled with the sound of our kids, we know that our teaching team has been working and working overtime. And I don't know if we'll ever get a PowerPoint going, Superintendent, but I can.
Let's just pause for a little bit. Bert, can you give us an update, please?
Yeah, we're almost ready with the PowerPoint. We just had interruption because of that video.
Cohorts, all of these layered measures and approaches really help us be safe and stay together.
Back in October, we were able to open up learning hubs for kids to come back to school in small groups. And from the first day of school where they came to our campus, we were able to see the twinkle in their eye, the joy in their faces just for being on campus. And we know that we saw some increases in engagement automatically from them being here. And we know that the impact on their social development has been huge. And so we are excited to offer that opportunity to all of our students to be able to be here and benefit from those social interactions that are crucial to their social development. We are extremely ready and excited to have our kids back in school site, returning together in the space. Our teachers are ready, our staff is ready, Sac City's ready.
Superintendent, I think we're having some IT issues. There's also no sound on the live stream.
On the live stream.
Yeah. So should we log off and log back on, or?
Lisa Allen, are you there?
Who's on mute? Superintendent, I'm here.
Okay.
They're trying to pull up the PowerPoint and stop the video.
Thank you. And Lisa, I don't think there's no sound on the live feed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Our apologies, board members and community members as well.
Tech team, if you're able, can you go back one slide, please? And I am grateful that we did get to hear, and that's going forward. Do you mind going back, please? There you go. Thank you. Perfect. We did get to hear Dr. Gouveia share with us that we really are ready. And we may be having some tech issues tonight, but we truly are ready. Please also remember, as we discuss the excitement of our learning model this evening, that we are still in negotiations with our labor partners. And so I'll try to highlight some areas that are still part of the discussions that we're having, but be able to share the directions in which we're going. So it's important to know that for all of our staff, the way that we are moving forward right now is with a return with staff returning on the Monday that precedes the day that our children are welcomed or our students are welcomed back to campus. So you see here on this slide that we have our lovely spring break coming. Oh, stay on that side. Thank you so much. And then we're anticipating on April 8th, the return of all of our pre-K through third grade students, as well as the students in kindergarten through sixth grade. So on our elementary school campuses who are served in our special day classes. So based on that Monday return, with this group of students returning on the 8th, our staff will return on the 5th, and we'll talk a little bit as we move through about what they'll return to and what will be happening on our campuses during those few days with staff present before students return. We're looking forward to having our 4th through 6th grade students back on the 15th. And as we get deeper into the presentation, you'll get to hear both from Chief Harris as well as from Chief Gallegos about some of the information that we're getting through our student return and intent to return form and survey that's out. We've moved now into the red tier. We're looking forward to welcoming back our 7th through 12th graders. And we know that we're planning to do that no later than May 6th. We're proposing April 22nd. We'd really love to get our students back as soon as we absolutely can. But we do have right now in the proposal April 22nd, and we're still waiting for that date. So next slide, please. This next slide starts to help us understand a little bit more about our concurrent model. All of this language that we now have almost another set of vocabulary that we've adopted. This slide helps us to understand the concurrent model. And so we know that we're going to continue to offer a full distance learning support system for students who choose. And again, that intent to return survey closed, and we've been asking families, do they want to return in this group that is full distance learning, or do they want to return into an A or B in-person model? I know that our community is understanding that the reason for this A and B model is so that we can maintain a very safe and socially distant atmosphere for our students and our learners. So we need to be able to split our group into A and B. In our A and B model, the students will attend school 2 days a week and engage in in-person learning if they make this choice for about three hours each day. You'll see our scheduling coming up in just a moment, but part of our plan includes, and I know that this was shared previously, that our students are for the most part keeping their same teachers. We're working to stabilize that both for the social, emotional, and community learner needs of our students. You saw from Chief McCarn that we're very excited to see increases in our staff that is sharing that they will be returning to these classrooms to spend time in person with their students. The other piece to remember about the concurrent model is that some of our students in the A and B modeling will be in the classroom engaging with their peers and engaging with their teacher. And while that's happening, for students who choose or who are on their off day for their A-B plan, those students will also be learning, but they'll be learning concurrently from home in a distance fashion. You heard from our instructional assistant, Superintendent Schweitzer, about the excitement about our hardware setup that we have. And when you have the opportunity to watch that video, you'll get to see the hardware in place in a classroom and get to understand a little more deeply about the excitement that we have for these opportunities for learning. One thing that we've been promising, and I think we can start to see that happening, we've promised that we're going to work through this crisis to return to better. And I do predict that with some of the technology and the other learning that we've done through this time, we're acquiring skills and ways to serve our students that we know are going to enhance our ability to continue to meet student needs. Next slide, please. I'd also like to start to share with you as an update some of the professional learning supports that we'll have in place for teachers. I'll speak this evening a bit about teachers, but we're also planning on supports for our principals, and we've been preparing our principals for a very successful return. I'd like to pause right now and take a moment to say a great big shout out and thank you to our curriculum and instruction team. During this entire distance learning time, they really have been called upon to support us in extremely innovative ways, and they're continuing to do that. With our professional learning supports, we're looking for the very best practices for our concurrent teaching model. We've shared with you, and we've been sharing since spring, our work with the Universal Design for Learning, which ensures appropriate access and work toward expert learners for every one of our students. As we're designing our concurrent learning supports for our teachers, we're designing it both with adult universal design for learning needs in mind, as well as service to students with the universal design for learning. So you see us calling out that we'll be providing learning for all, as well as differentiated learning needs, because as we've gone through this technology time, we're seeing our teachers really start to take some innovative approaches and interest in improving and changing their craft. So part of what we're creating is a permanent website that's going to house our instructional resources. We look forward to this growing and being a place where teachers can find their first level of instruction and support, but they can continue to go back to the site. So as they go through these next 10 to 11 weeks of learning, and then we can't wait for the fall, and into the fall, they can go back to these resources and continue to update and enhance their craft. We'll be posting on their videos of lessons, sample structures, sample schedules, and other resources to continue to meet the differentiated needs of our teaching team. And we'll continue to update that site, hoping that it becomes a place that our teachers flexibly and fluidly go to as they see their needs changing. In addition, we're creating a handbook detailing all of this great technology, the setup, the use for instruction, and most importantly, and this really has been led, and I don't think any of us can continue to say enough about our director, Victoria Flores. We also have supports to make sure that our staff knows how to be safe and keep our community and our students safe through health and safety protocols in modules that specifically address those needs. Next slide, please. We've shared with you these learning structure models. So again, this is a concurrent model. And just to walk you through this a little bit, again, Monday is a full distance learning day. We're using that day to really honor some of the work that we know our teachers are doing and have really perfected in this distance learning space. Students will still have synchronous instruction, targeted instruction, and this is also the day that our teachers will continue to have their collaborative time so that we can build that collective efficacy and they can share with each other what they're learning, and each student can benefit from the expertise of each of our teachers. This model then goes into, if for families who have selected with that intent to return form, for children and students who are returning in person, they'll come either Tuesday, Thursday, or Wednesday, Friday for service in the morning, and they'll have about 3 hours of instruction. Again, interacting with peers, enjoying interaction with their teachers, while also interacting with students who are online, whether families selected a full distance learning model, we call that Group C, or if they're on their off day from their in-person learning, they'll enjoy their learning in distance learning synchronously with their students who are in place. Once you get to see that video, you'll see that incredible Polybar studio that helps to see where the teacher is in the room and can really provide an authentic teaching engagement experience as well as learning experience for our students. We're planning for a grab and go, and as our kids grab their lunch and go, they'll also grab their breakfast for the next day. We're going to make sure that we keep our kids healthy with appropriate nutrition. We have water plans, and we know that we're ready to provide this in a very, very safe and exciting way for our kids. Next slide, please. As we look at our secondary model, just the little piece that I would show that's different, Monday again, full distance learning for all, and then that collaborative time. You'll notice that Tuesday, Wednesday, we heard from our secondary reopening group that there was a real interest in keeping the periods the same 2 days in a row to benefit student learning. So that's why you see periods 1, 3, 5 on Tuesday, Wednesday, and then periods 2, 4, 6, Thursday, Friday. You see that A, B grouping again, where we're hitting the 1, 3, 5 and the 2, 4, 6 between their 2 days. Here's another area where we're still in conversation with our labor partners about scheduling. Right now, we're proposing that our secondary schedules would return to our brick and mortar or in-building start times for the 1920 school year. The real purpose of our proposal for that is to make sure that our incredible transportation department can serve our bus schedules, and to also make sure that our students can finish with their instructional day, grab their lunch, and then be able to grab and go with lunch and breakfast onto the afternoon portion of their day. It's also important to understand both in the elementary and secondary models, the afternoon time that includes distance learning is also a time of day where students can receive small group targeted instruction, and our teachers will be doing all of this outreach that we know that they're doing to families to make sure that you stay very connected and are able to continue to deeply support your students. We know, families, that you've been our partner, our co-teachers in this incredible year that we've been through, and we are determined to continue to make sure that we're partnering and in more and more authentic ways. Next slide, please. And now we'll get to hear from Keyshawn Marshall on some of the work that we're doing with our administrators in making sure we're ready to open.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. I serve as your coordinator for risk and disability management. So this slide speaks to the key role our site leaders will play in communicating school reopening to their local communities. The first bullet speaks to the site's best practices for thermal temperature screening. In past reopening presentations, we spoke a little to the thermal temperature screening devices that will be used to safely take students' temperature as they go through the screening process. Each site leader has a guideline to assist with temperature screening for everyone entering onto campus. I'm happy to share to date, our site leaders are moving forward with positioning and testing the units. The next bullet speaks to the COVID-19 school guidance checklist. This is required by the California Department of Public Health to reopen. Each site is required to have a COVID prevention program, the CPP, posted on every school site's home web page and displayed in the front office for our community to know exactly what areas we are focusing on. Areas like face mask requirement, health hygiene practices, and physical distancing. How we focus on entrance and location of health screening, contact tracing, and maintaining stable groups. As you walk through the school sites, you will see measures in place that speaks to each of the requirements I just mentioned. To ensure this is happening, we have provided our leaders with a daily inspection form. And so today, the administrators have started with hazard identification and ensuring mitigation guidelines are enforced. This checklist helps our leaders focus on specific areas like physical reminders such as signage, floor decals and markers, PPE supply for students and staff. The last bullet speaks to training for staff and students and families. Administrators will provide communication on site-specific procedures for staff and how families will be educated on the application and enforcement of the COVID prevention plan. Next slide, please.
Good evening, President Pritchett, board members, and dear Superintendent. I'm Manpreet Kaur, Director of Youth Development Support Services. Given that we have talked about this information in our last board meeting, today I will be only talking about some few important points. Youth development. Before the pandemic, each year our average daily attendance in our expanded learning over all of our 60 sites, including 3 independent charters, used to be 10,000 students, somewhere around 10,000. So we will be offering expanded learning program at all of our 43 additional sites with a minimum of 3.5 hours of expanded learning. Program will start immediately after in-person learning concludes. Expanded learning program, we will include academic support. Students will finish their assignments We will provide nutrition, snack, lunch, physical activities, and enrichment activities. Our objective is to accommodate all of our families and students who will apply for expanded learning. However, we will be especially focusing on students experiencing homelessness, residing in foster care, English language learners, students receiving special education services, and disengaged students. Next slide, please. Next slide. Our application is currently open and it will close on Wednesday, March 24. We are looking at our applications every day so that we can find out how we can boost our enrollment in expanded learning. Currently, after 36 hours of application is open roughly for the last 36 hours, and so far we have 341 applications already. We are meeting with site administrators, community partners, and we are also reaching out to our students and families via newsletters, websites, Facebook postings, and we are also be posting information via district's newsletter, district's Facebook page, etc. Youth Development is working with site administrators and community partners to assess the needs of students and families. We are going to the school sites. We are visiting sites. We are meeting with the principals. I myself has met with the principals asking about their needs, and we are determining space, hours, and what are some of the other needs. It is very much possible that we may increase hours and student enrollment numbers based on the needs. Currently, we are assessing the needs of our communities, and we will make a decision about hours once we have the full information. And our youth development specialists are meeting with the program managers. They are making plans. Program managers are meeting with the principals and asking details how the program will operate. I have met with all the community partners and asked them to boost their recruitment of staff so that we are ready on day one. We are very excited to start our programming from day one on April 8th. Next slide, please. Learning hubs. This is one of the things that we are very proud of. Learning hubs have offered a safe space to our students and to our needy families, and it has also provided social emotional support, stable Wi-Fi connectivities, and also a place where students were connected and engaged in their learning. And we are excited to say that we will be continuing all the 14 learning hubs when we shift to in-person learning. I want to remind that when we started these learning hubs, we started with 40 students in each learning hub. And then we were so successful that we moved from 40 to 48. And I'm so honored to say that today that we have moved our capacity in learning hubs to 56 students, which is to the maximum, having 14 students in each hub. Current hub students will have a priority, and hubs will run from Monday through Friday, even Mondays, which is proposed to be a distance learning day. Learning hub will be operating. We will also enroll more students if there is space and there is a need. Learning hub schedules will remain unchanged. Just if they have time from 8 to 2:30 or 9 to 3:30, they will continue as they are. Program schedule, it's going to stay the same: breakfast, lunch, academic support, enrichment, logging into their teacher's Google Classroom, and finishing their assignments during asynchronous time. At the end, I just want to say that I am very proud of our community partners who has been working with youth development for the last 20 plus school year, 20 plus years. And we are very excited to work with them again when we come back and reopen. Thank you. That's it for me. Next slide.
Hello, board members. Tara Gallegos, your Chief Communications Officer. 2 weeks ago, I shared with you that we would begin reaching out to our families to ask them for a decision about whether their student would participate in person or in distance learning for the remainder of the year. We sent out that form on March 5th. It closed yesterday on March 17th. Families were asked to complete one form per student. We did require a student ID number. And part of the reason that we required that was because it allows us to quickly process the data, validate each student, and turn around the results and begin scheduling a little bit faster. We did have some families who stumbled over that requirement. And so we followed up soon after with instructions for how to get that student ID number in Infinite Campus. We also sent out several text messages with the ID number for each student. Next slide. And so our communication efforts, it was really a all hands on deck, multi-layered effort. It began at the district level. We sent out an email to our families. We promoted it on social media with sponsored posts. We, again, sent out those multiple texts with student ID numbers. We created flyers, which we handed out at learning hubs and nutrition services. We actually even sent out teams to go door to door with those flyers to ensure that our hard to reach families were able to complete that survey. We also began then to do outreach at the school site level, and I will talk a little bit more about that on the next slide, please. So to help with that, our communications office created a principals toolkit. We know our principals are trusted communicators. They have lots of practice, but we also know that they're very busy. So we wanted to make this effort as easy as possible for them by creating some of the content that they could use. We sent out a PowerPoint with talking points. We also sent out a video that you'll see someday with a reopening update. We sent out those printouts, FAQs about learning options and FAQs about the learning hubs. We sent out links to our Return to Health videos, which I know you've already seen a few times, as well as a video script should they want to record that for their families. Template messages to staff, as well as outreach strategies. Halfway through the survey period, we actually pulled the data of who had filled out the form and then sent it out to principals so that they could do that targeted outreach to their families. And I know that Chief Harris is going to talk about some of the results of the form and how many we received back next. But our next steps would be ongoing outreach, helping those families who maybe didn't complete the form to give us their answer. We're also looking at how we might be able to help our families report whether they might have a change in their decisions. So we'll be putting up a web form so that families can let us know. And that's it. Thank you.
So as Chief Gallo spoke to the response rate, actually great news. This afternoon, we actually got an update from our partner who's helping us facilitate the response tabulation. And so, the presentation tonight was anchored around information we had as of Monday, because that's when we had an opportunity to kind of do some drill downs. But as of this afternoon, we've jumped from the 19,400 plus that we did some of those analytics on to this afternoon. We just got hot off the press, 31,100 responses. So a significant bump, thanks to our families, communities, and certainly all the efforts that our communications team has led to really motivate and let folks know the importance of filling out the intent to return form. So that said, I won't speak deeply on the results here because they're anchored towards results from the beginning of the week. But we'll just say we see right in the middle bullet, about 56% have spoken, referring to return to in-person concurrent learning, and we'll see if that percentage holds. Now that the numbers jumped up dramatically from 19,000 to 31,000, potentially there's another 2,000 records that our partner's looking at to validate as well. And so, ultimately now we're in the low 30,000 threshold. We'll see what the impact is in terms of our overall kind of ratings of numbers right now. And you can certainly see, we see variation by area in terms of the in-person requests as we think about 45% to 69% in terms of area 4 versus area 2 in terms of the range. If we go to the next slide. And certainly we'll be looking at this data in terms of multiple categories of making student groups visible. So certainly grade level, we see variations, ultimately because of our student groups and certainly with our Hispanic, Latino students being our largest student group, our average, they actually to a large degree represent our average. Our African American students are very close to the average. We do see a range of 34% for our Asian families versus 77% for our white families. And so again, we're just using this data to help make visible what we need to think about in terms of providing a safe and most importantly, a thriving learning environment for all students, whether they choose full distance learning or choose to participate in our concurrent model. Our special education students actually are trending very closely in terms of the district averages in terms of their response rate. And then of course, with our English learner students, we see somewhat of a difference in terms of English learner segments. But again, we'll see again, we'll tumble through the numbers tomorrow now that we have basically the final numbers based on the March 17th data pool that we received this afternoon. And so we'll see if some of these variations change based on now moving the number from 19,400, which is what you see in front of you is based on, to our new number of 31,100 plus, and maybe even extra 2,000 on top of that number once we validate all the student names. If we go to the next slide. We showed this last meeting as just a quick commercial in terms of where our families can go to get information as it relates to our distance learning model and our concurrent learning model. LearnSCUSD.edu, very robust website and contains a lot of information that provides much more clarity and a deeper dive for those families that want to know greater specificity around our district plans. And with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to our Director of Safe Schools, Mr. Raymond Lozada, who will take you through our safety plan as we prepare to reopen.
All right. Excuse me. Good evening, President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. Since we were last in school, the conversation of school safety has garnered much attention and a lot of concern from our community members. So in anticipation of reopening, we've developed an approach respective of the board's leadership and the concerns of our community members. So what we've done in enhancing our school site safety plans, our comprehensive school safety plans, we have broken down our responses into two categories. First, the emergency and crisis category, which is basically relying on bringing the resources in to stabilize any physical harm or safety concerns and to reduce that down to a non-emergency situation. And most of the time that's what we're dealing with. And in these cases, a non-emergency situation, it would allow the district and would allow us to utilize the resources and to work together in a coordinated effort to be able to address any safety concerns that might transpire based on a scenario, that might occur. So we would adhere to the due process, our policies, and make sure that we are mindful of our student parent rights and mitigating liability as well. Next slide, please. So what we've done, kind of through the process of our reimagining school safety and the conversations that we've had, it's clear that our community members and our students and our family members are calling for a more comprehensive approach to safety, a community approach to safety. And so this is just a kind of a visualization of how we will move forward in bringing in and collaborating with our alliances with our parents, our teachers, principals, our on-site administration, community organizations, and in our own administration with, in bringing those alliances into place to cover our students and to be able to respond in a non-emergency situation, mindful of opportunities to incorporate restorative practices, diversion opportunities, and some restorative mechanisms that we have identified. And of course, I don't have my clicker, so it's different doing this without being able to navigate the actions. But yeah, if we could just go back to the previous one. I'm trying to figure out how to do this here. So we want to make sure that between the students and where we see our admin, that we're taking advantage of opportunities, to mitigate conflicts, to address issues that transpire in the community that sometimes find themselves on our campus, or campus issues that fall into the community. Oh, all right, next slide, please. So in an emergency or crisis response, you can see that we've kind of moved around and shifted what our process would be, how we would navigate our stakeholders and our alliances with parents and principals. But, to be mindful that if a crisis really transpired, that our first responders are not going to be law enforcement or emergency personnel. Our first responders are going to be our students, our teachers, our principals, and on-site administration. And so we are making a concerted effort to make sure that we are training and having conversations relative to how we respond in crisis situations, so that those first responders that our safety protocols and our lockdown drills and processes are all in compliance with our comprehensive school safety plans, which is mandated by the education code. So it's really about fortifying our on-site folks that would be first to respond, and then bringing in the other layers of responders, which are emergency personnel, and then we would engage with parents, administration, and community organizations. And it's important to note that this is just a situation that if there's something happening on campus and we have to lock down and we have to evacuate, that we would have to take care of our on-site staff and their students and staff on site first, and then respond accordingly. And it's important to note as well that we've always had safety plans. We've never gone without a safety plan. Our school sites are versed at how to respond. It's something that we have to do every year. All of our school site plans were updated with the deadline on February 26th. So the timing in anticipation for opening school worked out well in that regard. Next slide, please. So one of the approaches to how we respond and intervene to issues that often arise, and just going over some of the frequent issues that we had to address over, when we were in school. We're talking about where, there might be a fight or a situation where students are leaving school and going, down the street to another location. But what we have to do is, and what we have framed up is a coordinated response from a district level, working with campus monitors, student supportive services, and also how we navigate with our security services. And since campus monitors bring relationship, our student supportive services, bring that counseling and response. In a scenario where we have a fight at lunchtime and we know that or anticipate that tensions could be high, we could activate and coordinate these resources to be there throughout the day to support our school sites and our administration, so that when we have egress, we have hopefully been able to take some of the oxygen out of a potential explosive situation or subsequent altercation. So we're working on this. I would love to just dive more into this. I know we have time constraints, but this is framed up, and the details, we have momentum on hanging the last details onto this process. All right. I think that's the last slide.
With that, we'll turn the presentation back to the board for public comment and board discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
President Pritchett, can I interject, President Pritchett? We do have our Parkway family that is able to join us. I'm wondering if we can just take a couple of minutes to recognize them. I know Member Rhodes had information, and I believe that they are still on.
Yeah, you bet. Member Rhodes, want to take it?
Ms. Allen, can you just confirm, though, that our family is on? I believe so. Ms. Allen? Let me just ask. Is Andres's parents? Andres's parents? Bert, I see the title mother of Stellar student, maybe?
I don't see that on the screen, Superintendent.
Yeah, they're on page 3 of 3. She is on mute. Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Member Rhodes.
Here we are.
Are we on?
Yep, we're ready. Go ahead, Member Rhodes.
Okay, wonderful. So we just wanted to give your son Andres a big shout out and Southside Pride. You guys are right here in Area 5. And so we wanted to give him his flowers and kudos for the work that he's been able to do. And earlier we were able to read a little bit about your son and how his favorite food is pizza. How he wants to be a veterinarian, and how he's been excelling in our learning hub. And so I just want again to say, Andres, we appreciate your work and your effort and continue to do that. And Mom, thank you very much for all you're doing to support your students. It's very important. And I want to give you opportunity to address the board or say anything about your son, or Andres, if you wanted to say anything at all as well.
You want to go first? No? Well, I'm just I was overwhelmed and just overexcited with the excitement that, he was recognized, because we did struggle at first in the beginning of this pandemic. And it was very difficult for us and for him, especially because of the type of software that we have, with them not having the Chromebook at the time. It was kind of difficult for him to learn like the, Mac computer and stuff. And so when he and the school advised like, hey, they're coming back into school, it's called Hub. It's like, this program where the kids can come in. And I was like, wow, what a great opportunity for Andres to go back into school, back into the curriculum with, friends and of course, teachers and a bunch of good, people. He's progressed, and I even seen a difference in him. I know it was kind of hard for him for over a week, but just to hear, from the director from the school was like, he's been, doing his homework. He's here, he's participating, and he's active. So I was like, wow, what a difference! And I'm really proud of you, Andres, and you did such an amazing job. And I want you to continue doing the same thing. And I'm going to be here, to push you further. Yeah. 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 All right. Yeah.
The cringe.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
And I have a question for Andres, if he's obliged. What your favorite food is pizza? What type of pizza do you like, Andres?
Pineapple.
You like pineapple pizza? Now that's a debate. Pineapple on pizza is a debate. We'll have to have that one later. But I appreciate you guys for being out here today.
I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Congratulations on being a stellar student.
Thank you
for joining us. All right. So we're going to go back to item 7.2. Okay. We're at public comment. We have 11 public comments, and unless anybody on the board attests to this, I'm going to allow the 2 minutes for each public comment. All right, let's go.
Yes, our first public comment is from Eric Schrantz.
I'm Eric Schrantz, a parent of 2 elementary school kids in the district. I'm also a district employee, coach, substitute teacher, and member of the Open Sac City Schools group, and want to see the schools open full-time instruction immediately. This is what we've got here is a perfect analogy of a nasty divorce. 2 sides don't trust each other. They don't agree on basic facts. They say terrible things about one another. And they see they see agreement and compromise as losses. They're too busy fighting to take care of the kids. On one side, we've got the district. Come on, members, take the cues from other districts and the other private schools in our area. Look at the updated science and start acting like the forward thinkers we know you are. You're making this too complicated. Why are we talking about increasing plexiglass barriers and at the same time expecting increased airflow? It simply doesn't make any sense. Follow the CDC guidelines by opening a window and buying a dang fan at Target, just like the private schools have. Can we get a new set of experts maybe to look at this issue so our kids can go back to school? And I got to say, how in the world did the tech guy who's doing the tech presentation not know how to do a PowerPoint presentation? This is not giving us a lot of hope. That survey sent home to students asking for which two options we want was absurd. 11 out of 14 speakers the last meeting openly advocated for non-concurrent full-time ed, but you guys didn't even offer that as a choice. Staff got 4 options when asked how they'd like to return. We got 2. On the other side of this analogy is the obstructionist union. We've got a lot of great teachers, but when they shrug their shoulders and say, well, I don't agree with the union, but what am I supposed to do about it? I got to ask, did any teacher run in the SCTA election just a few weeks ago, or did they sit complacently by while every member of the union's executive board was reappointed without challenge? SCTA leadership rightfully fought for vaccinations for the teachers and got them, ostensibly so we could return to school. Now SCTA continues to make more unscientific demands, and us parents are getting very, very tired of letting the teachers off the hook. Stop blaming the district for everything and looking for a perfect scenario, and let's move forward together. Let's be real. Those teaching currently in concurrent learning hate it. I've got family doing it. Teachers hate it. The students hate it. Families who want full-time distance learning hate it. And parents who want full-time in-person instruction hate it. Yet somehow this seems to be the one thing that both sides can agree on, that the worst option, the one that everyone hates, is somehow the best option. It's ridiculous. Again, our ask. Now that we're back in the red zone, let's open the school to full-time non-concurrent instruction immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trans.
Our next speaker is Jason Span.
Good evening. I'm stating my support for a return to 5 days a week in-person learning as soon as possible. According to a recent analysis, California ranks 49th in the nation getting kids back to the classroom. That's right, 49th. And with the state that ranks almost dead last, the Sacramento Unified School District is far behind other districts in the state. What does this mean? It means our kids are falling behind the rest of the state and country and continue to suffer the mental health effects and academic fallout of a subpar distance learning agenda. The vast majority of nation schools and private and public schools within California have been safely conducting in-person learning for many months. Yet we continue to wait on a subpar reopening plan that only puts students in the classroom a mere 2 days a week. So despite lowering COVID rates, increased vaccinations, and all the science and practical application saying schools can safely operate with simple measures such as physical distancing and wearing masks, the district and special interests are pushing a plan with excessive, expensive, and impractical mandates not proven effective. And kids are going back for just 2 days a week? Why can't common sense prevail here? Does the district and special interests not believe in the science from the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics? Do they not believe that all schools that have been operating for months with basic preventive measures have out of control transmission rates still decide to remain open? Is this the case? If this is the case, then maybe a reopening plan is the least of our worries. I encourage administrators, teachers, and parents to take a common sense approach to getting back to 5 days a week in-person learning. Look towards the science and opening school precedents to instill the courage required to do what is arguably the most essential of all jobs, educating the kids of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Span.
Our next speaker is Jim Peoples.
Hi, this is Jim Peoples. I'm a member of the Open Sac City Schools group. I'm grateful for this opportunity to address the board. My wife and I have 2 kids who are in 3rd and 6th grade at Phoebe Hearst Elementary. As you can imagine, this last year has been very difficult for them. Our kids are at the age where they enjoy going to school, they enjoy their teachers, and they look forward to seeing their friends. Our son has had many tears about not being able to go to school and about missing his friends. But what concerns us the most is that our kids have not received the same high quality education that they were receiving prior to the pandemic. Their distance learning is nowhere near as effective as in-classroom instruction. There's a lot of wasted time due to frequent technical problems and other limitations that are inherent in trying to teach a child over a computer. It's clear that our kids are not learning nearly as much as they would if they were in person with their teacher. 4th and 7th grades are big transition years, and our kids are going to be behind when they go into these grades next year. And my wife and I are not happy about this. The overwhelming evidence is that schools can safely operate with in-person learning. I urge the board to put the best interest of the students first and open all schools for 5-day-a-week in-class instruction at the very earliest opportunity. If private schools in our area can do it, Sac City Unified should be able to do it too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Peoples.
Our next speaker is Jen Henderson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Jen Henderson, a mother of 2 children in Sac Unified, also in elementary school. So good evening, board members and superintendent. A lot of hard work has been done in the past year to ensure that our students and staff can safely return. So thank you for that. Your presentation showed how much effort you guys have been putting into that. A little over a year ago, pre-COVID, my children had 6 hours daily instruction with staff and students on campus. When we moved to distance learning, this dropped to 4 hours. And with our newest proposed plan, it's dropping again, now to 3 hours. We're moving in the wrong direction. Our students deserve more, not less. Over the past few months, hundreds of community members have spoken and provided written comment to ask for change to the proposed reopening plan. Despite this outpouring of engagement from the community, the district plan has not changed or shown any possibility of modification. So we ask you again, open Sac City schools to the best possible advantage of our students. If the schools are safe for 3 hours of in-person instruction 2 times a week, then they're safe for longer periods of time for 5 days a week. We could have AM/PM cohorts that allow students on site for education 5 days a week. We have the infrastructure to support this now. Why are we denying our kids the fullest education possible? Please maximize Sacramento Unified's efforts to best serve our students. Allow students back on site 5 days a week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson.
Our next speaker is John Myers.
Yeah, good evening. This is John Myers. I'm a member of, I have 3 children in Sac City Schools and a part of the Open Sac City Schools Coalition. Open Sac City Schools has consistently advocated to reopen K-12 schools to full-time in-person learning when allowed to do so by public health. To date, the district has only shared plans for 2 half-days per week hybrid schedules, which offer unacceptably low in-person instruction times. Hybrid learning is equally bad for students, families, and parents alike, and teachers alike. Sacramento County has moved into red tier, allowing 5 days a week K-12 learning. Also this week, a lawsuit by San Diego parents against the state of California resulted in a statewide temporary restraining order. Per a letter sent from Open Sac City Schools to all of you today, this order blocks all California schools, including Sac City Unified School District, from relying on 4-foot classroom distancing and using different opening criteria for elementary, middle, and high schools, among other important restrictions in the lawsuit. The California Constitution requires 5-day-a-week learning, and the waiver from last summer that to offer distance learning was really only intended for very limited circumstances, right? And, you know, to none of us, it's clear how this became the default that we're now sitting in, even when health conditions, you know, allow us to be back, you know, full time. So as this lawsuit from the San Diego parents moves towards a March 30th hearing, which possibly will result in a temporary injunction, we do ask that Sac City staff prepare now to share an in-person 5-day per week full-time opening plan for all grades. And we'd like to see that by the April 8th board meeting at the latest, right? We really should start reviewing this earlier. This lawsuit looks like it has merit, and we you know, as a community, we should be prepared on what comes out of that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
Our next speaker is Karen Rice.
There we go. Sorry about that. I couldn't unmute. Good evening. I come primarily as a parent of 2 elementary children in the district. I also come as a high school English teacher outside of the district. First, I want to applaud the plan to return our students to school. I know everyone here recognizes how detrimental a full year of distance learning has been. In my own house, it has been painful to watch our children's struggles and growing lack of motivation and focus that has affected their learning immensely. As an educator, I've been distance teaching all year. Like my own children at home, I have seen a disturbing change in my 10th graders' motivation and focus. The Zoom fatigue is real, the students are done, and the screens really need to go. Students in all grades need to return to school. While 2 days of hybrid and concurrent instruction is something, it is not enough. Students need to return to 5 days a week as soon as possible because every day matters, and they need to return to actual in-person instruction, not a concurrent model through a computer. As a teacher, I can tell you that teaching through Zoom takes incredible focus regardless of how many monitors and technology there is. When I'm teaching, I am multitasking to the nth degree. I cannot imagine teaching and managing students effectively through Zoom while concurrently trying to do the same with students physically in my classroom, especially at the elementary level. This model is unfair to our students, and it's unfair to our teachers. Other districts like Folsom have found a way to make in-person instruction work 5 days a week. And now Berkeley and LA Unified, the second largest district in the nation, have as well. I think it is time that SAC Unified does too. This item should be on the board's agenda every meeting until a return to 5 days a week happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rice.
Our next speaker is Kimberly Buchholz.
Good evening, members of the board. I have 2 young children in elementary school at Crocker Riverside. And I'm here once again imploring you to reopen the schools as soon as possible and for as many days as possible. As Chief Beata said, we are ready. So why are our children not back in the classroom? You are ready. If you want me to go to Lowe's this weekend and buy some duct tape and tape some directional arrows on the sidewalks at all the campuses, I will, to get these kids back in the classroom. It's preposterous that we are waiting on these minor details to happen that are above and beyond what is required by public health guidelines to get our children back in the classroom. I'll remind you that one of the district's stated core values is equity, as defined as commitment to reducing the academic achievement gap by ensuring that all students have equal access to the opportunities, supports, and tools they need to be successful. As long as the classrooms remain closed, our students lack those opportunities, supports, and tools. Also, one of the district's stated goals is safe, emotionally healthy, and engaged students. Our children are struggling emotionally, they are not engaged in distance learning, and many are not safe in their home environments. Put quite simply, you are failing. You have failed to abide by your core values. You have failed to achieve your goals. You have failed 43,000 students in this district. A quick search reveals that we lag behind every other district in this county. Folsom Cordova students have been back in the classroom and are returning 5 days a week after spring break. Elk Grove has been back since March 16th. Natoma students have been back and they're opening up secondary schools next week. San Juan returns its students to classrooms on March 22nd. Twin Rivers opens up April 6th. Shame on you. Shame on the SCTA. Prioritize students for once and immediately open the classrooms as soon as possible, 5 days a week. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Lindberg.
Hello, my name is Lisa Lindberg. Thank you for allowing comment. I'm a parent of 3 children in Sac Unified, a 3rd, 6th, and 8th grader. After a year of distance learning, I have seen my children suffer. Their grades are dropping, screen time overload, social isolation, and general unhappiness, and way more tears than I've ever seen as their mom. I'm a mom, and I know when my kids are suffering, and they are mentally, educationally, and socially. This is simply not a way to learn, and to isolate children from each other is very, very wrong. I continue to support Open Sac City Schools Coalition and opening of the schools. Other districts in the area are all opening ahead of Sac Unified. We should open now, all grades, 5 days. As predicted, we are in the red tier, which would allow this. I would like to see the district and board be more proactive and not reactive. Please initiate a motion to open 5 days, today, now. Hybrid is going to be very challenging for teachers, principals, logistics, parents, students. Opening 5 days eliminates all these hybrid barriers. It is silly we are actually debating about opening the schools. They're essential. No other essential places closed during this pandemic except schools. The default should be open, not closed. As a scientist, the science is clear. Please use it and make logical solutions and decisions, not politically and emotionally charged decisions and solutions. Parents and students need to have a choice. Right now, we have no choice. We owe it to our children to have an option to attend for 5 days. Those that do not have a voice are at most risk and underrepresented. We need to give them a proper education for future success. Thank you.
That was the final live comment.
I had a live comment.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Gladney. I didn't see you in the attendee list. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ann. I'm still reeling a bit. I don't know if I've ever heard Crocker Riverside and equity aligned in the same comment, but if we're talking about equity, the responses to the survey speak a little bit towards equity when we look at the ethnicity of the respondents and the proportion of those willing to come back. I'm not against coming back in person, but I am if we don't have a proper plan and we have not assessed the adequacy of our existing facilities. The second bullet on the CDC highlighted guidelines was to hold classes, activities outside as much as possible, but yet the presentations by staff are predominantly, if not completely, focused on retrofitting or inadequate indoor spaces. I'm on the Core Planning Facilities Committee where we're talking about how to equitably spend $750 million of a stated $2 billion plus need to repair or replace our facilities. But yet there's no talk about, where can we take these one-time use funds and spend them where we can have a sustainable outcome, where we can provide equitable opportunities for our facilities and for our students to return to school. So if we don't have one, then we can't have the other. We cannot just return. I would never send one of my track athletes out to run a race just because they're allowed to. I would make sure they're properly trained. I would never teach a kid to hurdle or high jump without proper equipment and preparation. So let's not rush and chase dollars that have been dangled in front of our faces because we're not racehorses. Okay, let's go ahead and figure out if the data actually says that our facilities are prepared for us to return, and then let's make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney. And I believe Allison French-Tubo also submitted a public comment, and she's on.
Yeah, President Pritchett, I see several attendees, so I want to ask Ms. Moretti whether those attendees are public comment for this agenda item or others, please.
They are for other items, but they do have a hand raised. So I think maybe they want to speak on this item.
They would have had to submit a card. And so are they here for this agenda item?
No.
Okay, if they didn't submit a card for this agenda item, then they are. Now, my understanding is Allison French-Tubo did submit a card for this agenda item, and she is on.
Yeah, President Pritchett, if I can, there's two others that have their hands up. So
You can ask if they submitted a card for this agenda item.
Yeah, if Ms. Moretti can just check, please.
Yes, they submitted to speak during public comment item 8.0, but maybe this is the subject they actually wanted to speak on.
Can you please check with them, Ms. Moretti? Maybe they submitted a comment or a comment card for several different item numbers?
No, they only submitted for 8.0 public comment. But I see they do have their hand up.
Okay, can you please find Ms. French-Tubo? She said she did submit a card for this item.
President Pritchett, Ms. French-Tubo did submit an item for 7.2. She should be able to speak, and I'm checking on the others.
Ms. French-Tubo, you're on mute.
Thank you very much for that. All right, I'm going to try to go through this quickly because I have a lot to say. Greetings, board members, superintendents, and audience members. This is a difficult item to comment upon because I want to recognize the work of many district employees to put these many pieces together. I'm really excited to see that the district is using CARES funds to invest in technology for teachers, and I hope that every item arrives when promised. Speaking of waiting, the Sac City community, which is not just families with kids in Sac City schools or district employees, but every person who lives in Sacramento and will eventually rely on today's Sac City students as community members, has been shortchanged these past 12 months that Sac City students have gone without a permanent distance learning MOU to mark the floor of what they get across the district, without an agreed upon plan on how to make distance learning as valuable and enriching as possible. The most egregious lack has been in evaluations for special ed. An MOU was finally made, but that doesn't repair what students missed over those months and the months to come until delayed evaluations are completed. There is another huge deficit in that Sacramento County has arrived in the red tier where all grades can be reopened, but Sac City students are still without a guarantee of when they will have the opportunity to return to the classroom 2 partial days a week, much less any full days that wouldn't require teachers to teach in person and by distance at the same time, and parents somehow to leave work to take kids to school at 9:45 a.m. and pick them up again in early afternoon if they aren't able to access the limited number of free aftercare slots since 4th R is missing. Of course, some families don't want to return yet, and the lack of an MOU on distance learning will continue to mean a lack of common standards across the district for those families. Instead, we see Sac City still wrestling with SCTA because SCTA has never accepted that common standards for distance learning are necessary, and it is only this week that SCTA has dropped their arbitrary demand for every classroom to have a permanent device to monitor how much carbon dioxide the room's inhabitants are exhaling. Nothing dangerous, just the carbon dioxide that each of us exhale and that remains in the air regardless of air filters and masking. But that fight and everything that led up to it put us months and months behind neighboring districts. I have no tidy closing for my comments, except to say I hear of families leaving for private school, for charter school, for homeschool. Well, my family isn't amongst them. We're staying.
That was 2 minutes.
Thanks. Not just for a school site that works for my kids, but for a system that functions at a high level for all Sac City students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. French-Tubo. Okay, so the other comments, I'm assuming that they are for another agenda topic. We are on item 7.2, and we have heard all of the live comments for 7.2. We'll move into a board discussion. Anybody have any comments, questions, suggestions?
President Pritchett,
Yes.
Marco Martinez needs to speak on this item as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moretti.
Hello, my name is Marco Martinez, and I'm a lucky parent of 2 wonderful boys that attended district schools. Esteemed board members and superintendent, thank you for doing your best to negotiate a memorandum of understanding with our district partners in supporting efforts so that our kids can return to the classroom. I respectfully request, however, like many parents here before me, for you all to triple, quadruple your efforts so that we're not just returning for 3 hours a day, but full days in a hybrid mode if needed. It is not enough to do concurrent learning. It is not enough to do concurrent teaching. It is not enough that our kids are going to be getting less hours now in person than in distance learning. To those labor partners that justify keeping our schools closed because even when the district has made your framework, you're now acting against the needs and the wants of our kids. We simply don't agree with you in continuing to hold our district hostage and our kids under house arrest. as you keep moving the goalposts and demanding more benefits not related to the crisis at hand. We ask you to please be reasonable and work with the single most important goal and asset of any school district in mind, the education of our kids. To take away education hours, playtime, interaction by demanding more and moving the goalposts makes the labor partners seem uncaring and unconcerned with their primary responsibility, to educate and raise future model citizens. Do better, collaborate. Now, we know that labor partners don't have to respond to us parents, but you as the board do. So please let us know how we can support this process to go back to school full-time, 5 days a week. We also know many teachers that, while silent, would like very much to return to the classroom themselves if their union leadership would just let them. Our kids shall be waiting for you all teachers in the classrooms. Please ask your leadership to let you teach and move out of the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it, Ms. Moretti?
Yes, that was the final public comment.
Thank you. I'm sorry, who did I call on before? Was it Member Morosky? No, okay, Member Garcia. Oh, Member Villa, that's who it was. And Member Villa.
Just a quick comment. It's really important that when we do transition back into school and inevitably get to those full days, I really want to implore the district. We need to work with our staff in the city. So we need to figure out some after school options. I know 4th R is managed and overseen by the city, but how are we going to get parents back to work and everything working in our city functionally if we do not have childcare for our children? 4th R is one of them, a great safe space. So I'd like to figure out ways that we can work with the city and make that a priority for our families.
Thank you, Member Villa. Any other board members? Member Garcia? And Member Morales?
Yeah, so thank you. Once again, thank you, staff, for continuing to advance and getting closer and closer to just tying up loose ends and fully being able to reopen 100%. I just did want to echo the comments by Board Member Villa about the childcare issue, the after-school care, before-after-school care, and specifically our partnership with 4th R, with the City of Sacramento. I'm wondering if Mr. Doug Husher can maybe talk a little bit about some of the latest conversations regarding any opportunity to try and sort of meet that need, because we do. I have heard from parents that this is a deciding factor for them, right? And then I have some comments about other areas of the presentation. So here we go. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for that question, Board Member Garcia. So just as a quick update, we were in a meeting with the City of Sacramento on Tuesday with several council members and community members and others. And we did focus deeply on some of the issues around childcare and 4th R. It's very challenging right now because the City of Sacramento has largely moved resources into supporting their own community version of similar to our hubs at 4 community center sites. So they are very much topped out on resources and did not give a very optimistic view of being able to return 4th R until summertime. At summertime, there was some discussion of having more likelihood of doing that. That being said, I can share with you that the city is also looking actively at partnership with CBOs to look at an alternative to 4th R potentially for some of the childcare needs that exist. Ms. Cower and myself are also looking at, there are 12 4th R sites. We do have our own expanding learning provider contracts at 6 of those sites. We're very closely going to look at the demand in terms of applications as they come in for childcare and expanded learning programming, and possibly expand capacity to whatever degree is possible with our CBOs. So that's something that's actively being looked at. But the conversation is ongoing. We will be meeting again with the City of Sacramento on Tuesday.
Okay, well, thank you. So it sounds as though there are efforts on 2 fronts, both from the city and the district. So I just wanted to make sure that to the extent that we have parents listening, that those are ongoing efforts. It's a tall order in the sense that 4th R, the City of Sacramento sort of is unable to hire to the scale that is needed because They usually rely on college students. And right now we know that college students are not learning in person, right? So, but they're looking into, their own CBOs as well as the district. So I thank you for that update. I also want to, ask a few questions about some of the things that have continued to come up for me in terms of hearing from my community, from my trustee area, and maybe offering some answers. And one of those is the length of the day. So as you heard public comment today, essentially finding a trade-off between getting more actual instruction and a distance learning model versus in person. And in person, you lose time. I heard one of the public commenters that they're currently getting 4 hours of distance learning, and we're essentially going to offer 3 hours. So can you talk a little bit about why the district's plan has 3 hours as opposed to more?
Hi, Member Garcia. I'll start, and then I know that the superintendent has some research and reasoning that he'll also share. I'll be honest to share that one of the things that we did was we really looked at what was the common standard at our nearby districts. We wanted to make sure that as we came forward, we were coming forward with something that was realistic, that we could make sure that we could. We didn't want to come forward with full days for all of our students when you look at those other school districts nearby, they're offering 3 or around 3 hours. So we really did come with knowing that that was the standard that was being put forward. The other piece that we did consider was the fact that as our teachers are transitioning back, that they would have part of that time in person and then part in the afternoon to be able to continue to provide small group learning opportunities like they've been doing during distance learning. Honestly, I would love to have our kids all back 5 days a week and all day too. So I look forward to our being able to do that. And I won't ever say, that what we've done in distance learning or what we'll be doing in this concurrent model is going to completely emulate what we have when we have our kids in person. But I think we need to also think about what are we doing as we're getting back together for these 10 or 11 weeks. We need to get our kids and our staff back to school. We need to see our kids, hear from our kids, know their needs and know they're okay. We really have to start to frame what is this time for, because it's only 10 or 11 weeks. And I know our academics, you know how I feel about that. We know how important that is. They're important, but we have really just got to get our kids back on campuses and start to transition to more and more as quickly and effectively as possible, building our trust and faith and confidence in all of our community. We heard from Mr. Gladney about what we see in the differentiated response rate for our community. We need to make sure that everybody can see the confidence that we have in our ability to effectively serve kids. But our kids do need to be back full time.
Yeah, I think, and it's a very fair question, Member Garcia. I've been in space with parents who have asked me that question directly as well. Certainly not one of my proudest moments. You may remember that in the fall of last year, when we were trying to launch our fall semester, we actually came out and said, we don't believe that the minimum SB 98 minutes of synchronous learning would be sufficient. We went above that and weren't able to successfully negotiate that. On this one, we did look throughout the region, and we thought, if that is something that everybody is moving forward with, and folks are able to negotiate successfully, then let's move in that direction as well. So we've been at both extremes of this. We don't have an MOU at this point, as you've just heard, and we can provide an update on that. But I absolutely agree with our CAO, with Christine Bieda. we stand ready. And to the extent that our community is expressing those views to you as their representatives, then we will respond accordingly as well and come back with a plan where maybe we do expand that before the academic year ends, and certainly think about how we approach our summer as well, which is something that we will be coming to you over the course of the next couple of board meetings. But just know that this is something that we are very sensitive about and do appreciate those comments and those requests coming from our community through our board members, and in some cases directly to us as staff and to me when I'm meeting with parents as well.
Thank you. I think that's important to not only think about how maybe you can prolong the days as we move forward, but also as we think about summer school, because if we can safely offer longer days, then that's what's best for students. I do have a couple of other questions that also came up during some of the feedback from my community. The scheduling, critically important that the schedule is firmed up so that parents know what to expect. In some of my schools, we have, or some of the schools in the district, we have parents who come from outside of the city. So they're, attending from outside our district boundaries. So all of those factors go into the decision-making for them to choose in person. Versus not. As much as they want to do in person, when it's just 3 hours twice a week, and the schedule is not consistent or firmed up, it's just hard for them to plan accordingly. So I wanted to voice that. I do have a question about the assessments, the special ed assessments. Once we return to in-person instruction, would those still have to be on a voluntary basis for teachers? So just trying to figure that out.
Member Garcia, can I just mention the first one, and then Ms. Beta can take the special ed piece. If, as our board is aware, and certainly our community is encouraged to visit our negotiations dashboard, what you'll see is in our language to our labor partner, SETA, is that there are operational and logistical reasons why we have to return to doing away with the variation in bell schedules and those kinds of things. We have to start transporting students to our schools. We have to make sure that our nutrition services is able to distribute meals across the district using, again, a bell schedule that is across the board, just as we had when we were operating normally. Yes, we have schools that start at 8. Yes, we have schools that start at 9, but those have to go back to those schedules because we now are going to have to be transporting and feeding our students as well. So again, I do want to make sure that our board is aware that is language in our proposal, because we know that we have some schools that start at 10 o'clock on Mondays, for example. That is going to be very, very difficult for us to ensure that transportation, nutritional aspects of our operation are being done efficiently and that we're providing those services to our students.
And then just lastly, and I watched the video earlier, the video that we tried to play earlier today on the logistics about lunchtime, passing times, what that looks like, the dismissals, the pickups and drop-offs. So I don't know if that video clip covered some of that, but to the extent that something can be available so that parents can really see what they can expect if they choose to go in-person instruction. And just lastly, Tara mentioned something about going back and allowing parents to change their mind. So I don't know if that means that it's allowing them to change their mind from in-person instruction to stay distance learning, or if they can do the reverse as well, decide to come in person, especially if the cohorts are really low on numbers. And I don't know, I did get a question about if there's a cohort or two cohorts that really low on numbers, would it make sense to have one cohort but attend 4 days a week? So some things to think about. And I just wanted to make sure that I brought up, I lifted the comments that I heard in my community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wade, I think the question around assessments is an important one.
Member Morosky.
I'll start by sharing, Member Garcia, that our MOU on special education assessments was for while we were still in distance learning. So now that we're bringing people back and our students will be back and our staff will be back, it's our expectation that they're assessing our students back as a part of their day. But we also continue to acknowledge that because we are so behind, we started working with our partners on, I think October 23rd was the first time we passed an MOU regarding special education assessment, and we haven't been doing them during this time, so we know that we're behind. So we also acknowledge that there may be that continued need. Our community, and I know our board absolutely remembers that we had that part in our MOU that said we were paying for up to 10 additional hours outside of the school day. And we do anticipate that that's going to be a continued need because our teachers are also service providers, and that's the most important work that they're doing. So their day is providing service to students, and at the end of the day, we know that they may need some of that additional time. So that piece is not very clear right now because the MOU terminates once we're done with distance learning and we return to this reopening, and we'll be assessing students, and the expectation will be that that's happening on our campuses. And somebody mentioned outdoor learning, and I've even seen some of our students who are having their special education assessments almost like stars because everybody says, oh my gosh, there's a child on campus, and they're so excited to see the kids, and those are happening outside. So we know and expect that that will continue, and we also honor and expect that our practitioners will need additional hours that we'll have to honor and accommodate outside of the school day. Our MOU now pays those additional up to 10 hours a week. I hope that answers.
It does. And I just want to, because you reminded me of one other thing, is that the LPAC assessments still need to happen. The deadline was extended from May 31st to, I think, July 30th, 31st, but they need to happen. So we need to factor those in as well as we are preparing to come back for in-person instruction, because I think that many of those can only be done in person. So thank you.
Thank you.
Member Morosky, and then Member Rhodes.
Thank you. Again, great big thanks to staff who have worked so hard to get us through all of these different activities in preparation. I was really glad to see, all the dates on the slides, and I know we are working toward the reopening date that we had in mind, and that's what's driving everything. I do believe we will be ready. So I'm glad to see it. I guess a couple of questions and comments. First, I want to echo some of the other comments I heard tonight about instructional time and quality. We have set the bar so low, I feel, this year in terms of what we're giving to our children that, even going back to in person, even for just this short time seems like such a big accomplishment, but really compared to where we were before, it's just offering so little objectively to our kids. And I know many of the community members who spoke tonight are, asking for a full-time 5-day-a-week option. There's nothing more I would like as a board member and as a mom to do that. I see some big constraints to that. One is obviously, we don't have like total control over what those plans are. It all has to be agreed to. The others are just constraints that are out there. We know we have to serve children with distance learning as well. This is incredibly challenging, and there's really no good solution to doing that. We could disrupt all the classes and shift everyone around, at this late in the school year. That doesn't make sense to people. It'd be very disruptive. So we know we have to sort of serve distance learning and our kids who are in person at the same time with the same teacher. Or maybe not necessarily at the same time, but then that impacts the instructional day. So, there's no real good answer. And the other issue is the 6 feet. That is still kind of the gold standard as far as the guidance goes for the distance between children. We cannot bring our kids back full time until that's changed. And so I think we really need to stay focused on, what is the science saying? Is if science is saying that that 3 feet is enough and there's no difference, that's just a huge barrier, a huge constraint to us being able to bring back kids full time. So I think we should just stay focused on, this is the first step, and I'm really excited. And we also need to stay focused on how can we increase that instructional time and quality to, to build back better, I guess, back to where we were plus. And the other issue I wanted to bring up is, or echo, is the expanded learning. I have sites with 4th R that will not be served. It really seems like a matter of just the way our system is designed. It's not really designed in a way that serves all sites equally. So we have sites that have no access to childcare, and that's just because we don't happen to have our own district CBO relationships at those sites. We had 4th R, and now we have nothing. So I just really want to encourage us to to pursue those partnerships, to see what our CBOs can do to expand into those sites that we don't have a current program, because there will be students at every single one of our sites that need that after school care. And I know we may not be able to serve all the need, but I think we should at least try to offer something, at every site for those working families that, that's the only way that their kids can actually go back to school. So I just really want to emphasize that. That's really important to me. And I wanted to clarify on that note, like, if it was a deal breaker for families, can they come switch back and forth? Was that clear? I know that was asked. It wasn't totally clear to me whether that's an option.
Yes, I will have Ms. Gallegos mention. Our first step is we are looking to have by the 24th of this month the first run, if you will, of cohorting students, and are working closely with Ms. Flores and Sac County Public Health, just to make sure that in terms of the integrity of our cohorts, that we can give that option to our families in both directions, to Member Garcia's question as well, because we do anticipate that our hope is that as we can demonstrate that we have put in place all of these measures and protocols, that some families may feel more comfortable coming into in-person learning, and there may be other circumstances that might demand that a family choose to go back into full distance learning as well. And so we are sensitive to that. We will announce sort of the timing to do that. We're also thinking of the opportunity for families to go onto our website and indicate that that's something that they're interested in doing. We will be working with our school sites, and our site leaders will also be doing what they do very well in the normal course of a school year. They look at classrooms, how many, what space and what's the best match, and all of those kinds of things as well, Member Morawski.
Okay, so just to be clear for our families, it's our intent to offer that opportunity, but we're not sure at this point whether that will be available to them or.
No, let me clarify. What we're going to announce is the timing at which point families can notify of their interest in either going from distance learning to in-person or in-person to distance learning. Our first goal is to begin the cohorting of students, work with our school sites, which we hope to have by the 24th of this month.
Okay, thank you. And so I guess families will just stay with what they chose until they are offered the opportunity to make a different choice.
Correct.
Okay,
And
thank you.
We need to first assign our cohorts by the 24th.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I guess just a couple other things I would love to check in on. So one of the FAQ on the learning options talked about making sure every student will have a qualified teacher supporting them through in-person or distance learning. Just wanted to ask to describe like how we're effectuating that, how we're making sure that will be in place, given we're still kind of working out who's needing accommodations to return or who's not going to come back to in person in terms of our employees.
Let me ask Ms. Keyshawn Marshall if she's available just to describe to our board and to our community the process that we have in place to make those determinations by working with employees that might have a request on that question.
Superintendent?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify my question a little bit. I was more interested in how are we making sure that there will be a teacher? Like if we determine, or if a teacher has a medical exemption or whatever the process says, if we determine that a teacher needs to stay in remote learning or cannot for some reason come into the classroom, will there be like a long-term substitute, or like how those situations will be handled?
Okay. Yeah. Why don't we separate then the questions? Member Ms. Beta, why don't we take the question of having the first tier teaching taking place in each of our classrooms? How do we make sure that happens? And then how are we looking to make accommodations to make that determination as well?
So if an accommodation is granted and made and a teacher needs to stay in a distance learning, the accommodation being that they're staying in teaching and distance learning, then what we would have is that teacher still in care and control of the classroom from the perspective of designing lessons, determining curriculum, supporting with small group instruction, designing that targeted instruction for students, still being in care and control of the learning with a hired substitute that would be in the classroom to support the students in the room who are coming into the room. But the instruction that teacher would be providing would be designed by the teacher of record who would remain that distance learning teacher. So if they went through a process with our risk management team, and there's a process, it's called an interactive process. The team is very good at this, and they've used this process prior to COVID. If a teacher went through that process and we determined that the best accommodation was they stayed serving students in distance learning, they could still be serving from distance learning with a substitute in the room, but that teacher of record is designing the learning experiences and analyzing assessment data to continue to have students progress. Does that answer your question, Member Murawski?
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's very helpful. So that the teacher is still, the teacher of record, for the class, and has in-person assistance. Now that makes a lot of sense. I appreciate it. I guess I'll wrap up. The last thing I just want to emphasize and just raise up for, our safety planning team is just that, I know when we get back to class, there's going to be, excitement, tension, anxiety, all of those things, and a lot of emotions. So just wanted to, make sure that we pay special attention to our kind of known hot spots. I know, we all have them kind of in our areas. Mine's on Freeport. So just want to make sure, we pay special attention to those places, that we have a plan in place for kind of after school, and as the students are, maybe congregating after or leaving and that sort of thing. I know we have our eyes on it. I just wanted to raise it. Thank you.
Member Rhodes.
I'll be very brief because I know we have a lot more on our agenda today. One thing wanted to kind of just uplift the efforts that Tara's office did with outreach this time. We speak about outreach and making sure that we connect with our community often, and I believe that Tara, your office has done a great job at doing that and outreaching. And so I know that you have a small and mighty team, right? And so I wanted to give you those flowers. I was able to actually help pass out flyers at Rosa Parks Elementary School during the food services time, and it was really great. They had flyers. I had flyers, but they were talking to parents, getting out there. They had a slow day of 300 meals served. And we'd be able to talk to each one of those parents around making sure they knew what was going on. And it was a really beautiful thing to see. And the efforts that you've done, it was great. And so I think that we should do this more often and have this outreach option to our communities in this way. But I definitely wanted to give you your flowers in the public. So that's all I had to say on everything.
Thank you. All right. Is there any other board comment? Student member Shea.
Thank you, President Pritchett. I'm also going to try and be brief, seeing as how little time we have. I would thank my board colleagues for asking a lot of the questions that have been floating around, specifically with regards to, hours of instruction. And, Ms. Henderson public commented basically saying, we went from 6 to 4 to, 3 2 days of the week. And I really think that when we look at those disparities, whether they're regional or sort of other with regards to who's deciding whether they can show up to school or not, that 3 hours is locking out a lot of people. It's a constraint that we're putting on a lot of families to say that, you have to pick them up afternoon. And so it's not the best plan for kids, and it's not the best plan according to a growing consensus among infectious disease experts, but we do live in this world where everything needs to be agreed to in negotiation. And so that's why I'm tepidly excited. I do hope that we can sort of have conversations as kids start trickling back into the classroom and how we can expand those hours and days a week, and also how we can prepare for fall to be a robust return to mitigate all the learning loss that we'll continue to experience even as hybrid learning continues. And I would also just thank the communications team for those sort of student IDs being tested out to parents. I know that in my household, it was incredibly helpful. And I think there's been a lot of good work, even as there's all these cynical sort of headlines and negotiation MOUs that we have to read. But I'm excited for us to return to more hours and more days ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you, student member Shea. All right. I'll just say, thank you to all my colleagues for your comments and questions. I would hope that every single person involved, superintendent, staff, board, teachers, everyone on site, that everybody involved wants to eventually get our students back 5 days a week. We know that this is important for all of our children, especially our most vulnerable population. And, if Disneyland can do it, I know that we can do it if we just work together. So All right, this is an informational item and no action taken. So we will move on to item 7.3, 20 to 21 second interim financial report and FCMAT update. And just a time check, we're running about an hour over.
All right. Good evening, President Pritchett and board members, superintendent. Tonight, we're presenting to you the 2020-21 second interim budget, and I will have several co-presenters with me this evening, some of our staff. Adrian Vargas, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Jesse Castillo, our Director of Accounting, and Ms. Victoria Flores, our Director of Student Support and Health Services. And also later in the presentation, we will have two representatives from the Sacramento County Office of Education, Mr. Nick Schweitzer, the Associate Superintendent of Business Services, and Ms. Terry Ryland, the Fiscal Advisor. And with that, if you could please advance to the next slide. The agenda for the presentation tonight includes these few items. We'll go over briefly the financial reporting requirements and the district's fiscal status, the changes and first and second interim from first interim, the multi-year projections, a review of the budget calendar, the FCMAT matrix update, the CARES Fund summary, and finally a summary of the presentation and approval of the 2021 second interim budget. Next slide, please. As you all know, these are the ed codes that drive the financial reporting requirements for California school districts. There are a few that we list here. The first one speaks to the two reporting financial reports that are required. The first interim and the second interim covers the period of October 31st, and the second one through January 31st. Tonight, we are projecting the actuals through January 31st and projecting out the remaining months of this fiscal year through June 30th. And the second code speaks to whether or not a district, based upon the current projections, can meet their financial obligations for the current year and 2 subsequent years. And the final code states that if a district receives a negative certification in its interim reports, it is required to file a third financial report as of April 30th. And next slide, please. And this is just a brief overview of the district's financial status. Please know that later in the presentation, we will spend a little bit more time going into a little bit further discussion on the district's financial status included with the second interim. And so just to recap briefly here, the district's 2020-21 revised adopted budget was disapproved by the Sacramento County Office of Education. And this was due to the continuing unrestricted general funds negative ending balance and the ongoing deficit spending. And please note that this is the third consecutive adopted budget that has been disapproved by the Sacramento County Office of Education for the reasons listed here, among a few others. So the 2021 second interim financial statement is being submitted with a negative certification. The district is projecting a deficit in the 2 subsequent years, 21-22 and 22-23, of $24 million and $28 million respectively. And as the financial statements show, cash flow continues to diminish rapidly, and this is primarily due to the funding of our deficit in the out years. And just to provide an example, our cash flow starts off very high this year, ends very high in June, and by our third year, you'll see that it decreases quite substantially in order to offset that deficit. And we are still in need of a fiscal recovery plan that's sufficient to offset the projected deficit, which is now projected at about $28 million. And then the other item is the proposed state budget. We know at this point that those are simply proposals that the governor provided in January for the COLAs, which are included in the second interim. Until that is actually enacted, we won't know whether that is actually something that the district can definitely count on. And the Sacramento County Office of Education's financial fiscal advisor will remain assigned until a deficit reduction plan is achieved that will provide fiscal solvency for the district. and we will remain under stay and rescind authority. And then with that, next slide, please. I will turn it over to Adrian Vargas.
All right, thank you, Rose, and good evening. So I'm going to be talking about the changes in the second interim report relative to the first interim report. So overall, so this is unrestricted and restricted combined, revenues decreased by 2.3 million. We're seeing a decrease in our total expenditures of $40 million. We'll also see that our cash flow is projecting a positive balance through June of 2021. So with that, we are not projecting that we will need a TRAN or we will participate in the statewide TRAN to borrow cash is what that means. Also, with those changes, our revised multi-year projections will show that we will meet the 2% reserve for the third year out of 22-23, but deficit spending is not eliminated. And as Rose spoke earlier, we are projecting a $28 million deficit. So with that, we still need a negotiated solution to achieve sufficient ongoing reductions. Next slide, please. So in this slide, it shows the high level revenues and expenditures by unrestricted resources and restricted resources. And as you can see at first interim, we were projecting a deficit of roughly 30.5 million. With the second interim and those budget savings and budget adjustments, we're actually projecting a surplus of 7.9 million. Also of note on this, the ending fund balance on the restricted side went from a zero fund balance to almost $11.5 million fund balance for the restricted programs. I only mention that because as we go into more of the detail of the changes, that fund balance increase is affecting the expenditures of the savings that was talked about in the previous slide. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the changes by the categories. So we're talking about certificated salaries, classified salaries, books and supplies, and other services and operating expenditures by unrestricted and restricted resources. And again, you can see how the 2.3 million in revenues is declined. So it's basically a $6.5 million increase on the unrestricted side, but that is offset by almost $9 million in lowering expenditures related to restricted programs. And then the 40 million savings on the expenditure side is broken out by 17.4 million on the unrestricted side, and then almost 23 million on the restricted side. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the unrestricted revenues, the increase is due to us recapturing our unduplicated pupil percentage. At first interim, with the initial CalPADS report that we received for that interim report, we were projecting a 63.4% unduplicated count. With a lot of work from our tech services department, by working with our communications department, we did a social media campaign in the middle of December, basically talking to our families about how important it is to fill out the free and reduced applications. And also we did get a little bit more flexibility from the CDE in how we could confirm income for our families. And so with that, a lot of work went out from our school sites, and they set up phone banks and they were calling families. And because we had until December 31st to get those applications in. And with all that work and effort, we were able to raise our unduplicated pupil percentage to 72%. So we made up 8.6 points with all that work, and we recouped the $6.5 million for our LCFF funds. Next slide, please. And then on the unrestricted side, we are seeing a $10.3 million in one-time savings to our salaries and benefits. That's mainly due to vacancy savings, but most of that is related to our substitute budgets, as well as our extra duty and overtime budgets. With the school closures, we are not seeing that we have a need like we would if we had schools open prior to the pandemic. Also, we are seeing a decrease in our spend rate in our supplies and services. So we have another one-time adjustment of $7.5 million. And then we have some additional cost in our capital outlay. And then we are seeing an indirect cost decrease of a little under $500,000 because of the adjustments that we are making in expenditures on the restricted side of the budget. Also, we are projecting a decrease in our contribution related to our special ed program at roughly $2.5 million. Of that 2.1 is related to salaries and benefits. Again, that's due to vacancies, substitute budgets, and extra duty budgets. And then a small savings of about $300,000 in supplies and services. Next slide, please. On the restricted side, we are seeing a decrease in our projected federal revenue of almost $7 million. And what that is referring to is that we are looking at our title programs like Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV. And we're just not spending the dollars like we would in a pre-pandemic timeframe. The other thing to think about is last year in 1920, we had large carryovers that we are actually spending down in 2021. So with that being said, a lot of the dollars that we weren't able to spend last year are being spent in the current year. So our current allocations make up the majority of this decrease in federal revenue, but mainly it's a decrease in the expenditures on the restricted side. The same goes for our state revenues of almost $1 million, as well as $1 million in our local grants. And again, we see the decrease in the contribution to the special ed program for the one-time savings related to salaries and benefits of $2.1 million and supplies and services at about $300,000. Next slide, please. And then on the restricted expenses, we're seeing a $1.3 million one-time savings for salaries and benefits and a decrease of $21 million in one-time savings for our supplies and services. And primarily, when you look at the almost $8.9 million in federal revenue decline, and the $11.5 million that I talked about in the previous slide, where our fund balance increased on the restricted side, that's about $20.4 million. And the majority of those budgets sit in our supplies and services because we are waiting for our sites and departments to budget those dollars. So that is why you're seeing such a large increase or a large dollar amount of savings relative to supplies and services. And then we have some additional costs in our capital outlay of almost $300,000 related to CARES purchases. And then there's the indirect cost decrease of about a little bit over $400,000 related to those expenditure decreases. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to talk about the multi-year projection assumptions. So as Rose mentioned, for our LCFF, we are projecting a 3.84% COLA in 21-22, and then for fiscal year 22-23, we are projecting a 1.28% COLA. And this is in line with the School Services of California recommendations. Also, when it comes to our enrollment, in pre-pandemic, we were averaging about a 0.5% decline, or roughly we were losing about 200 students each year. When we look at the current enrollment of 2021 relative to last year's enrollment, we have a decline of over 1,400 students, which is about a 3.5% decline. So taking that into consideration, our out year projection includes a 1% decline. We're hoping that we recover at least 50% of that 1,400 student loss in 21-22. And then we are projecting, as I said, a 1% decline in enrollment in the 22-23 school year. For restricted revenues, the multi-year projections are removing the one-time COVID relief funds. And when you look at the state and federal allocations, that's roughly about $53.5 million. We are removing expiring programs like our SIG grant, which is roughly $17 million, and then our carryover primarily for our title programs like Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV. Next slide, please. And then on the multi-year projection assumptions for our expenditures, you'll see that we are increasing step and column at about $2 million each year for certificated salaries and about $400,000 for classified salaries. Also included in the multi-year projections are the STRS and PERS rate adjustments. For the 21-22 year, we're projecting about $700,000. And then in 22-23, we're projecting $5.1 million. And the reason for the large increase in 22-23 is primarily due to both rates increasing almost 2.1% for STRS and 3.3% for our PERS members. Also included in the multi-year projection is a health increase of about 8% for certificated and 8.5% for classified for the 21-22 year, which equates to about $5 million. And then we are projecting an 8% for all in 22-23, which is about $5.2 million. Also in the multi-year, we're adjusting books and supplies to remove one-time expenditures related to textbook purchases, the COVID-19 expenditures, and the expiring resource expenses like SIG and expenditures related to carryover like Title I. Also included in the multi-year projection is the $4.5 million that were voted on at the February 4th meeting related to the fiscal recovery plan. So that is built into the 21-22 year. Also, we are projecting some increases related to utilities of $267,000 in 21-22, a little under $100,000 in 22-23. And then lastly, the increases in our special ed contribution are projected at $11 million in 21-22 and $7.4 million in 22-23. And just keep in mind that the $11 million for the 21-22 year does include the add back of the one-time savings that we have seen of close to $3 million in this current fiscal year. Next slide, please. So with all that, this is the multi-year projection. And as Rose stated earlier, we are projecting a surplus for the current year of almost 7.9 million, or excuse me, 6.7 before other sources and uses. We are projecting deficit spending in the two out years of negative 24 million and 28 million respectively. And again, the multi-year projections do include the COLAs of 3.84 for 21-22 and 1.28 for the 22-23 fiscal year. So with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Jesse Castillo, and he will start talking about our cash flow projections.
Thank you, Adrian. Good evening, President Pritchett, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar. This slide is an update of our multi-year cash flow projections as of second interim. As you may have noted, it's a significant improvement from our first interim cash flow projections. It does include the updated assumptions for cash deferrals, as well as the budget adjustments that Adrian was speaking to earlier in the presentation. Of note, in the multi-year cash flow projection in the 21-22 fiscal year, we originally were projecting that the months of February through June would have cash deferrals. But fortunately, with the latest governor's budget proposal, that's been cut down to just June of 2022 for a projected cash deferral. So that significantly helped our 21-22 and 22-23 fiscal year cash flow projections. Also, as Rose mentioned earlier in the presentation, as you can see in our June 2022-23 fiscal year, our cash still does continue to decline due to that deficit spend. Next slide, please. This slide is the cash flow comparison, where we are with the 2021 second interim cash flow versus where we were at first interim, and how those changes have impacted our projections. As you can tell from the table and chart below, there's approximate improvement in our cash balance of 81 million. And there are two primary factors that affected this. The first was our exemption from cash deferrals. So originally we were projecting that our April and May LCFF revenue, that the majority of that would be deferred to September and October. Fortunately, we applied for and were approved for cash deferrals exemptions for each of these months, and that resulted in approximately a $40 million improvement in our cash balance. And the second item are the one-time projected savings that Adrian was speaking to earlier in the budget. This resulted in a $40.2 million change. So in total, about an $81 million improvement in our cash flow balance. As mentioned, we no longer have the need for a TRAN at this time based off of these projections. Next slide, please. This is the Government Finance Officers Association recommendation. Although our 2%, our minimum reserve requirement is 2%, or approximately 12 million, it's recommended to have a reserve of about 17 million, or 2 months average payroll. For our district, that would be about 75 million. And just to kind of put that figure in perspective, our $12 million 2% current reserve for economic uncertainty would cover just a little over 1 week's worth of payroll. Next slide, please. This slide is a budget calendar and timeline for the 2020-21 fiscal year, budget year. So it just provides a brief overview of various financial and budget deadlines throughout the year. We're currently at our second interim report, with our third interim report being our next reporting period, which will be in May. And then, of course, once we get to the 2021-22 budget year, we'll be updating this calendar and timeline for the appropriate dates for that budget year. Next slide, please. This is an update and recap on the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistant Team Fiscal Health Risk Analysis that was conducted back in October 2018. During that analysis, they identified 60 deficiencies and provided recommended corrective actions. Of these, the district has worked diligently to make corrections to these deficiencies, and so far has completed 30 of them and have 30 remaining. So it's an improvement of 3 since our last update. Additional information and details, as well as the FICMAC matrix, are available on our district website. And of course, we'll be providing another update on our improvements for the third interim report in May. Next slide, please. This slide is an overview of our various CARES or COVID-related funding sources. The table comprises either sources that we've received or anticipate receiving, the latest being the ESSER 3 funds, which were approved with the American Rescue Plan recently signed in. So that figure there, 147 million, is currently an estimate based off of EdSource data and pending official notification from California Department of Education. And on the right-hand side is the corresponding expiration dates for each of those funding sources. And with that, I'd like to pass it on to my colleague, Victoria Flores. Thank you.
Good evening, and we can go to the next slide, please. So I'm Victoria Flores, Director of Student Support and Health Services, and we wanted to talk with you a little bit tonight about our equity indices. As we consider these additional resources that are going to be coming to our district, such as these COVID CARES funds, we really want to be focused on making data-based decision-making, using these resources based on our student needs, really holding our students at the center of everything we're doing. So several years ago, we developed equity indices as a framework for seeing the needs in the system and responding by how we allocate our resources. And so this is really a structured way of using research-based criteria to ensure all our resources are geared towards serving our students. And it really allows for that further transparency and accountability in our data points and the resulting staffing decisions. Next slide, please. So in partnership with the Continuous Improvement and Accountability Department, our teams paired up and we developed actually 2 equity indices, one for health services staffing and the other for student support. And this is the one that you're seeing here tonight. So this is just an example of our student support index. It's really based on our early warning and data that is found in our early identification and intervention system. And so you'll see here that, you know, we're looking at a need rating for school-based social work. And so we're looking at those research-based indicators of chronic absenteeism that you hear so much about. Suspensions, we know those have really negative impacts on our students, you know, future academic success, as well as behavior referrals. And what we get is this weighted formula for each school that equates to FTE. And so, this really allows us to assess and respond, allocating FTE where the greatest student needs are, especially as we deal with the impact of COVID on our students, our families, and our communities. Next slide, please. And then lastly, we just wanted to show you a screenshot. This is actually what it looks like. And so you can check all these different boxes to sort the data in different ways. And honestly, what we found is this data tends to really track. So you tend to get very similar results, kind of no matter how we move these data points around. And so we've used these indices throughout the last couple of years, you know, to identify grant funding, other programs, and how we can start to look to allocating resources. And these CARES funds really provide another opportunity for us to use, you know, the tools that we have to support and serve our students, our families, and our communities. And thank you. Next slide.
Thank you, Victoria. And now we're getting towards the end of this presentation, and we're just going to review a couple of the risks and opportunities that we see here with our projections for our financials. For the risks, we've stated some of them, is that these 2 have already been stated, but just to repeat it for our community here, that we are still uncertain what the state budget will bring for K-12 and the impact it may have on the district's budget. As we stated earlier, we know that the governor's January proposed budget does allow or include a COLA, and we are at this point until that state budget is enacted. We're not certain that COLA will hold, but we did include both of those COLAs in our multi-year projection. And the other item, and Adrian spoke to the details about this, is our significant decline in enrollment that we are currently trending in this year. As he shared, we're experiencing about a 3.5% decline, and prior to COVID, we were trending about 0.5%, about 200 students per year. So this 3.5%, we believe, is probably just a result of COVID, and that we should expect to see some of that enrollment turn around. And we're basing this not just on hope, but we have been collecting pre-enrollment or pre-registration information, and that has indicated to us that enrollment is picking up. So the data that we use to project the 1% enrollment decline does include Decision Insights projected enrollment on top of the pre-registration numbers, which are in excess of that. So we're starting to see that pick up. And of course, we're going to monitor this very closely because we are basing our FTE allocations on the 1% decline and not 3.5% decline. And so we'll continue to keep you posted on how we're progressing with enrollment as the year moves forward. Opportunities we see is with the state budget. We're very hopeful that the COLAs will hold and that maybe the future years will bring additional COLAs, which will certainly help the district's deficit, and that will recover enrollment. And then that we are able to achieve a fiscal recovery plan that's sufficient to restore the district's fiscal stability. So the next update that we'll be sharing with you will be based on the governor's May revise, which will be coming out in the next 2 months. And typically we start to get information before the information gets published, and we'll certainly share that with you. And next slide, please. This is the same slide that you've seen earlier in the presentation on the district's fiscal status, and that, you know, we have submitted second interim with a negative certification for some of these items listed, that we're still continuing to project a deficit, and that the district's current financial improvement is based on one-time occurrences. And unfortunately, due to the school closures, we've seen we're approximating about a $40 million savings. And this is estimating that we are going to remain in distance learning mode until about mid-April. So depending upon when we actually open schools, that savings may fluctuate just a little bit. And then again, you know, the other big risk for us is our enrollment decline. We're seeing, you know, high numbers of decrease in enrollment this year, but we are, you know, planning for a 1% decline. And then the other thing is the proposed state budget, you know, making sure that, you know, those numbers and those COLAs, that they will materialize and assist the district with its budget deficit. So the fiscal advisor assigned by SCOE will remain in place until we do eliminate that deficit, and we will remain under stay and rescind authority. And what we provided for you in these next two slides is we've modeled some of these risks just to show, you know, you the impact of some of these positives not materializing, just so that, you know, you're aware of what that risk can possibly translate to when it comes to the district's budget. Next slide, please. In this first scenario, what we're presenting here is the enrollment decline of 3.5%. Assuming that holds, but yet that the COLAs do materialize, what that does to our deficit, you'll see it in that pink shaded bar there, looking over to the very right, you'll see that our deficit climbs from our currently projected 28 million to 49 million. That 3.5% decline is worth about $21.6 million in revenue loss. So it's pretty substantial should our enrollment not improve from that 3.5%. Next slide, please. Now, this slide shows the impact of both, right? The worst case scenario, assuming that the enrollment decline of 3.5% materializes and that we get no COLA. What does that do to our deficit? It climbs significantly back up to those, you know, 69 levels. And you're seeing that now, the $69 million deficit. So again, we did not build our multi-year projections in second interim with these worst case scenarios. We did assume that, you know, we will only see a 1% enrollment decline, and that the COLAs as proposed by the governor will materialize. However, it's important for you to know that in the event that, you know, there is anything less than that, it will impact our deficit by increasing that deficit. And then in the next few months, of course, or actually probably less than a few months, in about 6 to 8 weeks, we're going to be sharing with you a new budget for the coming year, which will add on a new third year, which will be 23-24. And that will also be able to reveal how our deficit is trending by then. We'll know more information about the COLA, and we'll have, you know, better information about our enrollment, how we're really trending for the coming year. And then we'll be able to model all that information and then apply it to that new third year, 23-24, to see what that really does to our deficit. And if the district is trending on improving our fiscal status, or if we're remaining the same or possibly getting worse. And so with that, now I'm going to be turning this over to Mr. Nick Schweitzer from SCOE, who will be sharing some additional information on the criteria for certification.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Nick Schweitzer with SCOE. So, yeah, I'm going to be sharing some of the criteria for certification and also the guidance that we provide on certification and that we're providing to you and that we're provided to district staff and that district staff have used to make their certification recommendation to you. So first off, certification by law is supposed to be based on several criteria and standards for fiscal stability that were adopted by the State Board of Education a few years ago. One of those criteria, and certainly a very important one, is ability to maintain minimum reserves. Now, the district is currently projecting that it's able to do that. So its minimum reserve requirement is quite low at 2%, but it's meeting that requirement. However, there are 9 other criteria that the district needs to look at and consider when determining certification. One of which is, of course, deficit spending, which has been and continues to be an issue and looks like it will be an issue for the district into the future. Couple others are growth in salary and benefit costs, declines in enrollment, all criteria that the district needs to be considering when it determines its certification. The state board also adopted a requirement that districts also report and consider additional information in addition to those criteria in determining certification. A couple of those are, whether the district has been using one-time resources, one-time funding to fund ongoing expenses, which has been an issue for this district in the past. Another one is outstanding OPEB liabilities, which is also an issue for this district. So when you're looking at the certification decision and looking at that language, you really shouldn't interpret it too rigidly. It's not just about ability to meet minimum reserves. When you're making that certification, you're also certifying to that other criteria as well, such as the deficit spending. And you're saying that other criteria is, either not a problem, say if you were going to certify positive, or can be mitigated, say if you were going to certify qualified. And then also, when you're making this determination, you're making it based on the individual circumstances of your district. There may be other districts that look similar on paper, but many of those other, in fact, all of those other districts do not have the history of fiscal distress that this district has suffered recently. And this current improvement in the district's financial position is likely to be temporary unless further corrective action is taken to close that structural deficit that you have. Finally, I just sort of note that SCOE has not been able to approve the district's budgets recently because of the structural deficit and inability to meet minimum reserves. And the district did certify as negative at first interim. And Ms. Ramos mentioned that, just a few minutes ago, that, as a result of that, our current level of oversight will continue through to the end of the year, into the next year, until we're able to approve a budget that is structurally balanced over a multi-year period. And that is not going to be affected by this temporary or recent improvement in the district's fiscal position or by its certification. So specifically, that means that the county superintendent will retain stay and rescind authority, and we will also continue providing our assistance, our fiscal advisor, to the district and assist the district in developing its next budget. So with that, I just real quickly note that Superintendent Gordon is is on the line today and is available to make some comments and answer questions after the presentation, as am I. With that, I'll hand it back to Ms. Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer. Next slide, please. And with that, we're going to summarize the presentation. Just to remind everyone that over the last few years, the district has implemented more than $50 million in ongoing and one-time reductions. And our board on February 4th, 2021, approved a fiscal recovery plan in the amount of $4.5 million, which is reflected in the multi-year projections. And however, we still need a $28 million ongoing solution in order to achieve fiscal solvency. And this is based on the deficit as projected in the second interim report. And our next reporting period is third interim, which will be presented to you all in May 2021. And at this point, we will, before we move on to seeking approval of second interim, we will return this presentation to the board for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. We have a public comment. I believe we have 4 live public comments. Is that correct, Ms. Moretti?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And the first comment is from Amanda Connolly.
Thank you. I am a parent of 3 children here at Sac City Unified School District. And it seems pretty obvious this budget report is the same as it's been for past year plus, that we are spending more money than we are taking in. And just because we saved a bunch of money for COVID reasons, that's not going to be enough to continue to keep up with the spending increases that were agreed to whenever they were agreed to. The fact is the money isn't there, especially since we have fewer students now. So the union needs to give. And if any SCTA members are feeling like their leadership is not caring about their values, I did a little research. You only need 30% of the membership to bring forward a decertification vote. So teachers, if you want to get back in your classroom and you want to keep your job and not go into state receivership, and your leadership's not listening to you, maybe that will get their attention and bring them to the table in an actually meaningful way. I don't want to hear another word about equity and justice when our schools are closed, because that is a far worse injustice than anything else we might stick on a list, more than any names on buildings or books written by people who thought things we disagreed with. We do not need to dig up dead people to spit on when our schools are closed. If we want to know who's at fault, all we have to do is take a look in the mirror, and everybody who is standing in the way of getting our schools open and keeping our students enrolled, you are the worst problem right now. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Allison French-Tubo.
Thank you very much. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. All right. So my comment is just that from what I understand, the district's budget is now sitting much as it did 10 some years ago. A large one-time influx of funds came in a one-time funds and large influx. That makes the reserves adequate, but the annual expenses still exceed the annual income. Since SCTA leadership has consistently refused over the past couple of years to acknowledge the concept of structural deficit, no doubt we will hear more of that now. But we have something different now. We have CBO Rose Ramos, who has the experience and knowledge and chops to tell all stakeholders the pieces we need to hear, even if we don't like them. In the same way that SCTA reminds community members that teachers are professionals with depth of knowledge in their field that others don't have, I call on SCTA leadership, as well as their members who might be listening to them, to remember that the same is true of CBO Ramos's depth of knowledge as a financial professional. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nikki Malevsky, and she is combining time with David Fisher.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So good evening, members of the board. I want to comment on information that I sent to the board earlier this week and that you can see in the SCTA report on the board website. I want to read the 3 descriptors of budget certifications that you can choose from tonight. First is positive. The district is projected to be able to meet its financial obligations all 3 years. Qualified. It is projected that the district may not meet its financial obligations in 1 of the 3 years. Negative. It is projected that the district will not be able to meet its financial obligations in the current or the next fiscal year. In the second interim budget, you can see that the unrestricted and restricted ending fund balance at the end of this year will be over $100 million. The second year out projection shows the ending fund balance to be $78.2 million and $51.9 million in the third year out. And you only have to have $12 million to meet the legal requirement for fiscal solvency. And this is without taking into account that the over $100 million more that are headed to the district in COVID support. No matter what spin your staff or SCOE is trying to put on this, all objective reality says that you were able to meet your financial obligations this year with $100 million left over, and in the subsequent year with $78.2 in your ending fund balance. You can meet your fiscal obligations in both years. This budget can be certified as positive, yet your staff is choosing to ask you to certify it as negative. Everyone needs to know that this negative certification comes with a cost to our district, to its functionality, to its reputation, and to its budget. A fact that few would ever know unless one was carefully monitoring the district's finances and doing public information requests for information that is hidden from view, is that the district has paid over $625,000 since January of 2019 to SCOE Fiscal Services, Terry Ryland, Jackie Canfield of Fresno, and Fortum Consulting for them to check your district's numbers and advise due to the negative certification. Between this July 1 and January 1, this district has already paid $180,000 to SCOE's Terry Ryland and Jackie Canfield because of the negative certification. Not to mention that you also added a new assistant superintendent position to your business office at the cost of $156,000 in salary alone. You as a board were asked by the same district staff to cut programs to save a few $100,000 here and there. There was a very public discussion about these cuts, and you, on the staff's recommendation, voted to kill great programs like the Adult Ed Parent Participation Program and the only auto shop CTE program in the area. You also voted to lay off over 260 teachers and classified staff. Did they ever tell you how much these layoff hearings were going to cost and how much you'll end up paying to the law firm of Lozano and Smith? You should ask your staff. That same staff is also telling you that you have to make these horrible cuts. They want you to certify the budget as negative when it clearly meets the requirements to be certified as positive, when they, and only they, know that it means the district will continue to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to SCOE's fiscal advisor Terry Ryland and Jackie Canfield from Fresno. Isn't $625,000 to these consultants enough? Please direct these funds to programs for students and rescind all the layoff notices. Please certify this budget as positive.
Wrap it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final public comment is from Terrence Gladney.
Good evening again. I want to take a second of my comment just to say to the previous comment, not the previous, but a couple commenters ago, defining spaces that are adequate and make every student feel welcome is important. So we don't disregard the names on the buildings or the teachings or what those names mean. They're just as important as getting the kids in the building. I'm not going to send my kid into a burning building just because it's a school. Okay, so when students go there and they're not feeling welcome, that's just as important as getting them there to do the learning and curriculum. I wanted to take a note to reference policy and procedure real quick. For this particular item, there's over 170 slides made available to you guys. I don't know how early you get them, but for a community member, it's a lot. I thank Rose for the transparency, but conversely, on the reopening item, there were 0 slides made available in the amended packet. There has to be at least somewhere in the middle that we can get it. For this comprehensive, extensive amount of slides, could we as members of the public who are not as well versed in finance or SACS code get something that says what is year-over-year spending? What is spending on the students at specific campuses, and just get a higher level view that we can consume as general members of the public. On other just as important items such as reopening, can we get something ahead of the meeting so we don't have to absorb it all within the 30 or 40 minutes the board presents, and then we have to consolidate our comments into 2 or sometimes even 1 or sometimes 0 minutes? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney. Is that the final comment?
Yes.
Okay. I'm opening this up for board discussion. Member Rhodes?
I'll try to make my comments as short as possible because I know that my colleagues will have plenty of questions as well. First, I'd like to say that it's exciting to see that we're in a better place, and this is not even a third interim, especially when we're talking about funds that are coming in, projected funds that are coming into our district. And as we look at this as a board and we look at negatively certifying or positively certifying or a qualified certification, and I know Mr. Schweitzer said we shouldn't look at the definition here, which is the current fiscal year or 2 subsequent fiscal years, and that definition of what we can and can't do. We should look at it more flexible, but I can't do that, Mr. Schweitzer. What it says here and what it says for me to do as a trustee really states that, for me, when I look at it, we are, if not positive, we're definitely qualified certification. Given from Rose and our fund ending balance and our reserve balance, conservatively, you're talking about fiscal year 2020, 2021. Conservatively, we're at 9.71% or $62 million in this year. And then we're talking about fiscal year 2021, 22. And conservatively, we're at 4.23%, which is 24 million. And so in our 2 years, we obviously have enough to cover our expenses, and we obviously can be certified as qualified at the minimum conservatively. That's my point of view. It's more of a statement of where I kind of stand on the certification. I do not believe that we should certify as negative. And I've said before, I believe a qualified certification at a minimum is what we should be going. That's a conservative viewpoint. And I know that my colleagues are going to have more to say on this, but I wanted to kind of put that directly out there. And so that as we have these broader conversations after this statement, that we can kind of get in the weeds of that a little bit and let other people kind of jump into there as well. But once again, I want to make my statement very short, and I give time back to the board. Thank you.
Any other board member comments? Member Morosky? And the member Wu.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I want to cover 4 topics about the budget and a couple of statements and a question. That's certification, the reserves and one-time federal funds, FCMAT, and special ed spending. So first, on the certification piece, I want to echo Member Rhodes, I think, on just looking at kind of the plain language of what the certification kind of choices are in front of us. I think a qualified certification seems to make sense to me. I understand that to mean based upon the current projections, the district may not meet its financial obligations for the current fiscal year or 2 subsequent years. I mean, I think there's lots of risks and opportunities in our budget, and I don't feel I don't feel certain enough to say yes, it'll be positive. We'll definitely meet it, and I don't feel certain enough to say we will definitely not meet it. So I feel like feel like qualified seems to make sense. I mean, either way, it's kind of a subjective determination for us to make as the board, and all it means is we're looking slightly better. We still have an ongoing deficit. That's what really kills us. That's what keeps us from being able to invest in things that we need to do for our students, arts, field trips, more academic counselors, mental health. As long as we have that structural deficit hanging over our head, we'll never be able to make those ongoing investments. So if we say, yeah, it's qualified for this one, interim report in front of us, I don't think that changes. We still have to get out of that ongoing structural deficit. So we're not out of the woods. And I just also wanted to address, on the point about, based on the individual circumstances of our district, we may have a history of fiscal distress, but, as a decision maker for our district who is making these kinds of decisions, I mean, it seems almost to be a question of, do I trust myself to, to push forward this board in good fiscal decision making? And my answer to that is yes. That's why, part of the reason that I'm in this position was to try to help the district move forward on these things. So I don't see the district's past history and practice as determinative of where we're going. I think we are going in a better direction, and we're being more careful. We passed those policies on one-time funds, and I think we should be serious about that. So anyway, I think there could be justification for a negative in the eyes of folks who look at these things all the time. It seems to me, based on what's in front of me, that there is a justification for qualified as well. So I think we can see what how SCOE would view that, but anyhow, it is just, again, a temporary, based on an interim report and based on what's in front of us, it looks like a better situation. So that's kind of my take on the certification piece. The other thing is on reserves and one-time funds. So I'm very glad to have an adequate one-time reserve. That is a great thing. It can help us cover our structural deficit over the next 2 years. It's not something that we can use to fund ongoing, salary and benefit increases, higher permanent positions. We can't do that with one-time reserve funds. That's not what they can be used for. So I'm very concerned. I mean, I'm very thrilled about, new state and federal funds that are coming to us for the one-time COVID recovery to help our children. I'm concerned that we use those funds very wisely and make good decisions with them. So I just want to put that out there. I know we're not talking about exactly how those funds are being used yet in this budget beyond what we've already done to, get our facilities ready, but those are one-time dollars based on what our children need. Right. So I just want to make sure that we're all cognizant of that. That's what needs to drive how we make decisions about that, about all of these, the kind of big money that's coming into our district going forward. The third thing is FCMAT. And I just want to remind my colleagues and, for some of the newer board members that we had a FCMAT report in 2006. The FCMAT report in 2018 said a lot of the same things as the 2006 report said, and those recommendations were never followed up on. They were not implemented. And that's why it's so important for us to be tracking at every interim report that the FCMAT recommendations are followed up on, because that's how we got into a bad place. So I appreciate, the work that's been done. And I wanted to ask, there's a lot of stuff in there, 60 different recommendations that we're tracking. And I wanted to ask Ms. Ramos, or maybe some of your staff, are there a couple of highlights that you want to share about, some of the recent work that you've been doing on, like a couple of, more important pieces of the recent work to implement those?
Sure. Yes, definitely, Member Morawski. And actually, the credit should go to the board. The very big one that you just mentioned is passing the board policy on the reserves and the one-time use, because as you stated, and the FCMAT report talked about this in the 2006 and other audits that have been done on the district, that was exactly the problem in the district's current situation in using one-time funds for ongoing expenses, with the hope that those one-time funds would continue to repeat. And so that created the major problem in the structural deficit. And now trying to undo those ongoing expenses is very difficult and very challenging. So I'd say that was a major one for the district. And that's going to have an impact in our future audits as well, as our auditors come in to look at that. And as we go through bond ratings, looking to see what kind of guardrails we're putting in place to prevent those kinds of things from happening in the future. I mean, we can say that we're working on it, but to actually have board policy that speaks to it, I think that's going to go a long way. I would say also that in really looking at our budget and aligning our FTEs, our allocation of our staffing to our enrollment a little more closely, and sticking to formulas and our CBA language, and making that very transparent has been another thing that we've been working on for these last couple of years as well. And so, just a couple of highlights there. And again, that contributes totally to the budget, because those are ongoing expenses that do increase over time.
Thank you very much. And thanks for your hard work on that, and just for staying on top of it and keeping us updated. The last thing I just want to mention real quick is on special ed spending. This has been a priority for me since I joined the board, and we had to adopt our first budget, and I didn't think that the level of detail was adequate. So just a quick update for my fellow board members, and thanks to Dennis Ma and Rose McCullough from the CAC. We have a little informal committee that is looking at how we can better, structure some of this program and budget data, and working with staff. And just wanted to say thanks to Dr. Hedegaard and Gio Linares, who's our new SELPA director. We've had a couple of good meetings with them, and they've been very open to, just taking input and seeing what kind of program and budget data they can pull to, to provide to our board, to CAC, to the public, to make sure that, we can do something that not only serves the needs of the district, but also can, kind of make the program and budget information for special ed more transparent to all of us. So I just wanted to give an update on that. And I hope, by the idea is by the time we adopt a budget for this coming fiscal year, that we'll have that some, at least a start of some kind of program and budget display in place. So thanks again for all the hard staff work.
Member Wu?
So Rose or Mr. Schweitzer, why do you recommend a negative certification?
I can speak from the district point of view, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Schweitzer. Member Wu, we are submitting the second interim with a negative certification for some of the reasons that we stated. We've had a budget that's not been approved for the last 3 years because we just cannot demonstrate the ability to meet our financial obligations. And although second interim says quite the opposite, it does show a significant improvement. It shows reserves are met, cash flow is positive. However, we know that this is due again to that problem we've had in the past of one-time occurrences. These are one-time savings due to the school closures. And again, we're building the second interim with the assumption that our enrollment will improve over the current year. We're experiencing a significant decline. So there are too many risks in the second interim. And please, again, just a reminder that this isn't permanent, this certification. If we see improvement by third interim, that enrollment is improving and increasing and the COLAs are going to materialize, I'm sure there's going to be opportunity to improve that certification. So it's not something that's going to stay with the district, permanently, or we can't change it. And then again, we have our budget, our new budget year that's right around the corner. And again, that is going to have better and more current information that will provide another opportunity for the district to demonstrate that we are on the road to fiscal recovery, if in fact that's exactly what's happening and not just this blip due to the closures. So, Mr. Schweitzer, would you like to add anything else to that?
Not a whole lot. So, not really our role to recommend the certification. Now, our role is to provide guidance. And as I said earlier, that it appears that a negative certification aligns with the guidance that we've provided. Now, after you take your action and adopt the certification and adopt this second interim, then this comes back to us, which we will analyze the district's fiscal reports and make an assessment as to whether the certification that you've adopted is the correct certification.
Okay, thank you. I'd rather be on the conservative side. And, if we can, maybe if the economics turn out on the third interim, maybe I'll change my mind. But for now, I'm going to stay with you, Ms. Ramos. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wu. Any other board comments? Member Garcia?
Yes, I feel like I have to pick teams here. So I have a couple of questions, but on the certification, I just want to echo the comments from Trustees Rhodes and Morawski. I just won't add to that. I just feel that that's kind of the right thing to do based on what's before us and the consideration that we have to give it based on the definitions for the certifications. But I did have a couple of questions on other topics, and then an additional comment or request. So first, I want to recognize, as board member trustee said, I want to give flowers to staff and site leaders for bringing up the LCFF percentage back up to 72% and really securing those funds, because it was going to put in a big dent on our budget moving forward. So I know I got multiple emails and phone calls, reminders. So I just want to make sure that we recognize those efforts and give a shout out to staff, because that was a lot of really hard work. And a lot of that hard work had to happen around the holidays and the end of last year. So it was just a difficult time. I also had a question about the title funds. I know these are restricted, so I'm still not understanding why we have a decrease in title funds when the title funds spent. So we have carryover. So I'm not reconciling that. So if we have carryover, and we're spending this year the dollars from last year, why do we have a decrease moving forward? Is it because we're not receiving additional Title I dollars because we're not spending what we currently have? So if somebody can clarify that, that would be great.
Yeah, I can. Member Garcia and Adrian, please chime in if I miss anything. And probably the word decrease, we probably should have used it just a little differently. It's a decrease for this year, but it doesn't mean that we got a decrease in the allocation. It just meant that this year we're not anticipating spending the full award for this year. So therefore we're going to decrease the budget, but we're going to move those funds and carry them over into the next year. So what you're seeing in the multi-year projection is an increase into, the Title I funds. It's, again, you're using the word increase. We're not really increasing our allocation. We're just moving over those funds along with those expenses.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. So, so I was just worried that for some reason we were going to receive less title funds from the feds. I also wanted to ask a question about the increase in health care costs. I think it's about $5 million. I'm trying to see the
it's an
slides.
8% and 8.5%.
Yeah, so so I know this is happening throughout, I guess, the industry, that healthcare costs are going up. A lot of that is related to COVID. So I just wanted to make sure that, to the extent that a certain percentage of that increase is related to COVID, that we consider using CARES dollars to offset that.
That's a really good question, Member Garcia. We were just having that discussion. We're getting ready to meet with Keenan, our broker, on our rate increases, and we've asked them to prepare an analysis to show the proposed rate increase and what percentage of that or portion of that percentage increase is attributable to CARES. And then, of course, we'll consult with our auditors to make sure that that's the appropriate use of the CARES fund. But we were thinking along those same lines as well.
Excellent.
So we'll keep you posted on that.
Excellent. And then you had a slide in the presentation on the Student Services Equity Index, and then the slide on the different levels of ESSER funding, like the different buckets and how much the district is going to receive. Estimated in ESSER 3 about $150 million. And I don't know if you have a number for AB 86 dollars on the learning loss mitigation grants.
We don't. We did not include that. And I'm going to defer to Jesse. I don't want to put you on the spot, Jesse, but do we have any information on that yet, by any chance?
Hi, Rose. Unfortunately, we do not have any information on our expected allocation for that portion of COVID dollars.
Okay, so and those are not included in what we're looking at today. So the third interim could potentially could look better, right? Because we'd be including ESSER 3 funds plus the AB 86 dollars.
We should.
Okay.
Yeah.
So so those were all my questions. I do have a comment / request. So in thinking about the additional dollars that the district's going to get, both from the state and the federal, one-time dollars to support in-person instruction and extended learning opportunities, again, to mitigate learning loss. These dollars, again, are in one-time dollars. They have specified ways that they can be used, and then they have a timeline. So in particular, what comes to mind is AB 86 requires that on or before June 1st of 2021, the board adopt at a public meeting a plan describing how the funds will be used. There's going to be a template that will be developed by CDE, and it will be released, I think, very soon, because they're on a very short timeline to release that. But this template would be available to districts. And in that template, districts have to describe, among other things, how the district involved parents and school site staff, including classified and certificated staff, in the development of the plan. And then in addition to that, the district's expenditure plan needs to include how AB 86 funds will be coordinated with funds received from federal ESSER funds. So we are talking about a big pot of money. And one of the things that I want to, look for my colleagues to consider and support is our need to seek stakeholder input from a more inclusive group. So from our students, our parents, and our workforce, in addition to what we already know district staff does, which is really reach out to our standing committees, where so many of our great parents volunteer on. But I'm really thinking about this being a greater, group, more voices to come to the table that we need to hear from, so that they can provide input in terms of how these dollars should be spent. Again, these are one-time in nature, and they have a timeline of when we need to spend these dollars, but we also have limited ways in how we can spend them. And again, all of this has to be to support students. So I do want to ask the board for us to take a leadership and a more proactive role in seeking inclusive community input and create the space for this to happen. So specifically, my ask is to create a board ad hoc committee to begin developing a board-led community engagement outreach effort and seek, again, input and learn about ways, about the needs of our students, parents, and school site staff to help inform the district's expenditure plan for expanded learning opportunities. And AB 86 dollars must be spent by September 2022. ESSER $2 must be spent, I believe, by September 2023. And ESSER $3 must be spent by September 2024. So we have 3 years of considering how we're going to spend these dollars. These are dollars that need to be invested, related to how COVID has impacted our students. And we know the impacts are great. They're long-term, not only in academics, but also in social and emotional, their well-being. So we have this opportunity. It's a historic opportunity. It's a silver lining from this incredible pandemic, is that we have these funds that we need to take into consideration. And I really want for us to create this ad hoc committee so that we can be very thoughtful and responsible in spending those dollars in a manner that's best to meet the needs of our students in our entire school community. So that's my request. And I don't know what happens next, but I just want to make sure that I put it out there for discussion, and so that we can go ahead and discuss it and make a decision, because there's a sense of urgency to all this work that needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Member Phillips?
Yeah, I had a simple question. It's regarding bonds, and I just wanted to know if you could explain how bonds are related to our budgeting. That's probably for Rose. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Member Phillips. And the bonds are not in part of this fund. We are speaking tonight to Fund 1. Our bonds are held in a different fund completely, so they don't necessarily have an impact on these financials. And I say not necessarily because, let's just take for an example, we didn't have bond funds, then we would have to be funding some of our facilities out of our Fund 1. But we do. So fortunately, a lot of our facility needs are being addressed by some of our bond funds. And right now, they're being addressed also by CARES, because CARES allows for use of CARES monies for some facility improvements needed to mitigate COVID-19. So I hope I answered your question. I mean, if there was there something specific that you wanted to know about the bond funds, or?
Just it came up in the presentation for just a second, and it just kind of jogged my memory. But no, that it makes some sense, and that kind of leads me to what Mr. Gladney was saying earlier. Is that it's almost as if, I mean, I got 400 pages of stuff to read. Doesn't matter whether I pick it up on a Friday or whether I pick it up on a Tuesday, it's still a lot of information to process. Is there any way that we could find a way to have not necessarily a cheat sheet, but like crib notes for what the discussion is, something that breaks it down into more easier to digest terms so that we can talk to our constituents about it? And, you know, if we're going to do an ad hoc committee, that'd be fantastic. But if we need to be able to take that information and disseminate it to other folks in a way that they can understand. And I kind of say plain English makes sense. You know, math somehow translates into English. And I personally need a little bit more of a better translation for that. Is that possible?
Yeah, we can try to provide some more simplified information. I recognize that it is quite a lengthy report. There's a lot of data, but we can certainly consider, you know, looking at some alternative methods to simplify.
Okay, I think that might answer my question. That one answers my second question for sure. If I have another one, hopefully I'll be able to come back and ask. Thank you, Ms. Ramos.
So I'll just keep my comments quick, but I don't think that we're out of line here. You know, yes, the funds are there, but these are proposed funds that we're getting. We don't know for certain what these are. That's, to me, you know, not being fiscally responsible. If you think about it in your own household, if you think you're going to get money, do you just go and say, this is what my budget is? We have to look at where we are right now. And that's, we're looking in the future. Those funds they don't look at this time to be there. How can we say that we're not in a negative when we clearly are? This is what we are at this moment. That's not forever, hopefully. But I also want to talk about, you know, the elephant in the room that keeps being brought up. And this is by my constituents, by a lot of folks, and many board members as well. You know, negotiated solutions are something that we need to look at. Healthcare costs are going to go up in the next year. We know that. Add that into our salary tiered, that's going to go up as well. So we need to, just like any other business, costs are going up in the years to come. And we need to look at some hard numbers and say, we don't have the ability to continue this model. I'm just going to say, I think we need to be a little bit more fiscally responsible with our choices moving forward, because we can't just, it feels good to have we don't want to be negative. It's not a good feeling to have. And that's unfortunately where we are. I do trust the individuals. You know, I'm not an accountant. I am not that person. That's why we hire these individuals who, you know, we work with certain individuals to provide us that data. Yes, we can ask all the questions, but I don't have the qualifications that Rose Ramos does. We need to listen to our folks who are experienced in these items and trust them. And I feel like we need to be leaders, yes, as board members, and say the hard truths, but we need to follow what our staff is providing to us.
Thank you, Member Villa. And I agree. I think, thank you for, noticing that elephant in the room, as you said, and 28 million ongoing solutions. We're working on expired contracts with our labor partners, and we're working on one-time funds. What more does there have to be said? You can't work off of a false positive. So I do want to recognize that we have Superintendent Dave Gordon with us tonight, and I'd like to ask Superintendent Gordon what his thoughts are on this. Good evening, Mr. Gordon, or Superintendent Gordon.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, Chair Pritchett. I think that really nothing has changed since I was very impressed with your conversation around the resolution that you passed several meetings ago. And I think really nothing has changed since then, and you don't really have any more information on all of the items that Mr. Schweitzer pointed out. You will need to look at your long-term budget and your structural deficit. None of the one-time money that you're going to be receiving is going to help you put the budget back in balance year in and year out for your ongoing expenses. The one-time money is not going to help you with that. That's been the problem year after year after year. The one-time money is helpful for what it is. So I think that to be consistent with what you talked about in your resolution, I would suggest that you go along with Rose Ramos's recommendation, and more information will be forthcoming on the things that are uncertain now. Potential future salary changes. Also, the enrollment projections will become hopefully clearer. But I think at this point, nothing has really changed since your discussion affirming the structural deficit, which really is the thing that you need to get after so that this district can move ahead and plan effectively for the services that are needed for all kids going into the future, and not just temporarily or one time, although the one-time money is helpful and appreciated. So I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Gordon. All right, and I appreciate Member Garcia's recommendation for the committee. If it's a consensus of the board, we don't have to take action on this tonight. We'll agendize it for a future meeting. I'll reach out to board members regarding the committee. But I think we really need to take this recommendation seriously. And so with that, we need to move this from conference to action. Can I get a motion to move this from conference to action?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Do we our student preferential vote?
Aye.
Do we need a roll? Yeah, we need a roll call on the conference. Superintendent?
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Morawski? Aye. Member Wu?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Just a point of clarification. This is just to move it into conference.
That's right. It's moving it out of conference, and we're just voting on conference right now.
Okay. Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you. Do we have any other board discussion now that we are into action? Okay. I don't see any, so I would like a motion. The motion will be to approve the 2021 interim financial report with negative certification.
I'll move that.
Second.
Thank you. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Superintendent, roll call.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Morawski?
No.
Member Wu?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
No.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
No.
Member Phillips?
No.
I'm sorry, was that a no?
That was a no.
It was a no.
Okay, so it has failed. Ann Collins, Ms. Collins, do we just move on from here with a failed vote? Or do we ask for another vote?
Is there another motion? Is there another motion invited on the table?
Member Morawski?
I would move to adopt the budget with a positive certificate. I'm sorry, not positive, a qualified certification. Let me just restate, move to adopt the budget with a qualified certification.
Second.
And again, just to, thank you, Trustee Rhodes. Just wanted to clarify that the motion is in no way a judgment on the competence of our staff. I think that's why staff brings it to the board. We have, we look at it from our lens, which may be, at not very often, but may sometimes be a just slightly different perspective. So I trust our staff to give us accurate information completely. It's just it's really the judgment and perspective of the board. So thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I second it, President.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Member Rhodes. Thank you. Student preferential vote?
No.
Member Pritchett?
No.
Member Morawski?
Aye.
Member Wu?
No.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Villa?
No.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Okay, the motion has been approved with a qualified certification. All right, we will move on. Item 8.0, public comment. And I believe we had 12 public comments. Are all 12 public live public comments on the line?
We had actually one additional, so there were 13, and 4 of those are not on the line. 9 are on the line.
Okay, all right. Okay, before we get to bring on our first public commenter, I just have a quick statement. While the Board of Education initially navigated the uncharted waters of holding virtual meetings due to the COVID pandemic, we undertook the practice of reading aloud public comments submitted in email form they were posted, and though they are posted and accessible to members of the public on the district's website. Now that we've developed a more efficient means of allowing members of the public to provide live comment during the meetings, effective tonight, written comments will no longer be read aloud during meetings. Written comments will continue to be submitted to the Board of Education prior to each meeting for review and posted on the district's website. The Board of Education believes that the late night meetings limit the ability of our community members and families to participate, and we are constantly balancing the need to hear from the public on the district's business while maintaining a timely agenda, especially at a time when numerous matters require the board's attention. This change will allow us to conduct district business in an orderly and efficient manner, while continuing to allow members of the public to meaningfully attend meetings and offer public comment. Thank you. All right, we have 9 comments. We will allow, unless anybody has objections, we will allow the 2 minutes per commenter. Okay, go ahead.
Our first public comment is from Amanda Connolly.
Thank you. I asked my girls today what they look forward to most about school reopening. My 4th grader said, meet new people. My kindergartner said, making real friends. It's too hard on a screen. Since our county says red tier means all grades can reopen full-time, we need to at least reopen all grades with our part-time schedule. Prolonging the closure despite the CDC stating it has already been safe to return to in-classroom instruction is inexcusable. Also, I think denying vaccines to your therapeutic contractors, even though they will have direct contact with our students, is outrageous. Shame on SCUSD for being stingy with your staff after the public has been so generous with you, setting aside 10% of vaccines for educators specifically. If our district goes on spring break, then staff posts pictures of vacations in places like Disney World or Cabo, but you don't open on April 8th, then God help you for taking vaccines that we gave to open the schools. Don't delay opening our schools any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conley.
Our next public comment is from Dagny Starn.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Superintendent and board members. I'll be brief. My name is Dagny Starn, and my daughter is a student at Tahoe Park Elementary in the parent participation preschool. And it's come to our attention that the program is potentially not going to be funded next year. I just wanted to comment this evening that the program, under the leadership and teaching of Tamara Toby, has been an amazing addition, even via Zoom and virtual learning for our daughter and her academic development. So I implore you to continue funding this program moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Our next public comment is from David O'Connor.
Hi, this is David O'Connor. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. I had given my 2 minutes to Tamara Toby. Has she already gone?
No, she has not yet.
Okay, I give my 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, I give my 2 minutes to Miss Tamara.
I believe Ms. Tamara actually had combined comments from two different parents, if I'm correct, Anne.
Yes,
So-
she also has, time has been given to her by Antonino Celentano, so she would have 6 minutes.
Okay, is she on now?
Yes.
Okay. Ms.
So,
Toby?
Tamara Toby, you can go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, Madam President, and board members. My name is Tamara Toby, and I'm a teacher in the Parent Participation Preschool Program, which is run under the Adult Education Program. I know that there are several new board members here tonight. Welcome. I'm here tonight because sadly myself and two other teachers received layoff notices for the second year, which will mean the end of this program. The teachers and I fought very hard with no assistance from Dr. Gilmore, our principal, to get the program in a self-sustaining status. I had to reach out to a good friend of mine who is the CFO for UC Davis to help me as a teacher come up with a self-sustaining budget for this program. Now, if I were in charge of this program, the fees should have increased years ago, and they didn't because of lack of leadership and lack of the person in charge of this program to get this program to a self-sustaining status. Instead, last year, we had to double our fees from $495 to $925 a semester, which is $1,850 a year. Last year, this was a huge shock to our families, but we were able to retain mostly all of our families. If our principal really cared about this program and did her job, we would not be here tonight discussing our layoff. She is in charge of the program, and she should be searching out grants and trying to help us through this pandemic. Dr. Gilmore was aware back in September that our enrollment dropped because of the pandemic. With fair reason, parents couldn't manage their elementary students and preschool students doing distance learning and work from home. Some also couldn't get their 3-year-old to sit for 2 hours in front of a computer. I must tell you that our virtual preschool is the only one here in this area. We have families that are joining us from outside districts, and our 62 students that are attending and enrolled have persevered and accomplished more than I've ever thought was possible. We are taking 2, 3, 4, 5-year-olds on a screen, which is completely against all of our teacher beliefs. As the American Academy of Pediatrics says, the most a child should be in front of a screen is for an hour. The pandemic has not only impacted our program, but the school's program district-wide enrollment has dropped. Now I'm here to tell you, please get our program out of adult education. We want to be looked at as a preschool program with parents that want to volunteer in a classroom. Adult ed has done nothing but fail this program. My performance evaluations are a joke. They are literally a cut and pasted from previous years. No one comes in to observe me. Now, I want someone who is going to be a leader to come in and give me feedback. I know I'm doing a great job, but I want somebody who's doing their job. I had to set up our own staff meetings. That's not my job. I'm a teacher. I had to be the one to set up staff meetings. I'm here tonight to tell you, if this program is to succeed, we need a new leader. Someone who truly cares about early childhood education, who is not, and also educating adults. It's a preschool with caring, loving parents that want to be in the classroom. You want these parents. I've said this before last year. You want these parents. They are the parents that are going to drive on your field trips. They're the parents that are going to volunteer in your classrooms when you need them. We, meaning the teachers and the parents, are tired. We're disheartened that the district can't help us get through this pandemic. We are completely self-sustaining, if not in a pandemic. Just like the district lost students, we did also. Our classes can and will fill by the fall. I have 44 students right now waiting to start fall classes. The other teachers have students waiting on their list. Do this for the many parents that are waiting to attend our preschool because it is a fabulous reputation in our district. I know there are several new board members here tonight. Please reach out to me. I know your inboxes are filled with many letters from my parents and our other teachers' parents in this program. I look forward to talking with you. Call me, email me. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hopefully continuing many years in the district. Lastly, I want to acknowledge our dear Miss Anita, who pioneered this program for 32 years. I want to end this by saying how excited I am to be going in person with all my kiddos. And right now, if I were with my kids, I'd say, okay, guys, it's time for a shake break. So I'm looking at all these board members, and we've been sitting here for upwards of 4 hours straight. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you, Tamara.
Our next public comment is from Taylor Kayada, and she is combining time with Kenya Martinez.
Ms. Moretti, well, before we get started, first off, it's 10:31. We need to extend this meeting. Can I get a motion to extend till 12:30?
You've got it. Moved.
Thank you. All right, student preferential vote?
Aye.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Till when?
12:30.
Oh my God.
I feel you, Daryl. We all do. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Moretti.
Yes, our next speaker is Taylor Kayada, and she is combining time with Kenya Martinez for 4 minutes.
All right, thank you. My name is Taylor Kayada. I am the secretary of the district's Community Advisory Committee for Special Education. I'm here to present a written statement from our entire board. I have 3 items to discuss tonight: MTSS, special education assessments, and a special meeting with the ICTA. Number 1 is the multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS. On Tuesday evening at the CAC's general meeting, the district's MTSS director, Jennifer Kretschmann, gave a presentation on MTSS. We enjoyed the presentation. However, neither she nor two SCUSD directors and an assistant superintendent adequately answered our follow-up questions. Our members were visibly frustrated that the district did not come better prepared to speak with parents about this important issue. Questions we are still waiting for answers on include how the district will work with teachers on MTSS or methods of including special education students in the program, notably students in special day classes, and why the district is taking so long to implement MTSS compared with other districts that have seemed to have had MTSS in place for years, including districts like Los Angeles. The CAC needs details about MTSS plans to ensure we can provide meaningful feedback in this area. Item 2 is special education assessments. At our Tuesday meeting, our members asked a number of questions about special education assessments to special education lead Dr. Sadie Hedegaard and SELPA director Giovanni Linares. As we've reported to this board previously, we are happy that the district has signed an MOU with its labor partners to resume assessments. However, we do not have answers about real plans for tackling the assessment backlog by the end of this school year, clear determination factors for bringing on third-party assessors, and how tackling the backlog affects students with upcoming assessments, notably triennials. And additionally, we do not know about plans for common assessments, which do affect all children, including special education students, for setting benchmarks. We are particularly concerned with something that Member Garcia mentioned earlier tonight, in which the district continues to provide conflicting information on. Whether returning to school will invalidate this MOU that was recently signed and put us back into a holding pattern for this assessments, or how returning will affect plans to address the backlog. The fact that the district has let assessments get this far behind these legally mandated assessments necessary for our students' education and cannot provide sufficient detail on foreseeable future events is troubling. These assessments are a gateway to services. Without them, students do not receive services. We're asking tonight for you, superintendent and board members, to support 2 requests that we made to the district at our Tuesday meeting. 1, that staff share with the CAC the written plan for overdue and future assessments. And 2, to post a detailed weekly update to the district's website showing the number of assessments completed and outstanding on a weekly basis, with as much detail as you can provide. Additionally, we request that the district share with the CAC current and future updates to CDE regarding special education complaints and the status of corrective actions. Us having this data will allow us to provide more feedback and know what's actually going on with the district and special education issues. And my last item to discuss is a special meeting next week. The CAC would like to invite everyone listening tonight, still attending here at 10:30, to attend a CAC special meeting with representatives of the Sacramento City Teachers Association that we are scheduling for next week. Preliminary discussion topics include teacher perspectives on special education and reopening. We're very happy that the SCTA has engaged with the CAC, and we also look forward to the district's continued participation in these conversations. We will post information about this meeting on the CAC's page of the district's website soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rich Vasquez.
Good evening, Board President Pritchett, Superintendent, members of the board. Again, I appreciate the time. I just want to, I'll be saying some thank yous for a moment here again. There's Liz, a lot of good going in the district. I always think about what is a bad school. Well, I've attended a couple of bad schools. They're said they're bad, but what's bad? I don't know. I'm at Johnson and I'm seeing a lot of good people putting in work, a lot of stuff going good. The administration's been amazing for me. We have, I appreciate all the teachers that have joined the PTSA. We just got that up going and running last year. The office staff has been great. I miss my school. Many of my kids, we miss our safe haven. We want, I understand the problems and the pandemic. It is tough. So again, I don't know what to say, and I'm going with the flow. You guys need to make the decisions and decide what's going to happen with that. But again, thank Johnson. Again, what is a bad school? What I'm seeing is the district isn't funding this stuff. It wasn't giving us the help. It ain't giving the attention. Again, all these EL learners, there's no really solid programs. Again, we're moving forward. and a lot more help has been coming. I know district has been putting a little more attention to that. So I please continue that with this COVID funding. I don't know how what type of funding we'll get more of, but everything is about funding. That is what I have learned in this district and at these poor schools what do these other schools have that say they're good? It's they have money and funding. So again, that's the main thing. Again, thank you for a lot of this translation stuff. I'm seeing the board meetings being presented in Spanish, and I know I've seen a lot more work in the translation, and it is tough looking at the beginning of these meetings, right? Sometimes we have a lot of difficulties, and we are having those at the inside different meetings at school sites, but it's getting better. So again, I appreciate that effort. And again, we're seeing more people come to the table. So don't discredit that work. Appreciate all that. One thing that is troubling, this ethnic studies. I know that, what happened, I know is a big thing back a few years ago when the district started rolling this stuff out. And then what happened? I looked it up, and the first expenditure was $50,000, but now I'm looking, I don't see anything else in there. Are you supporting these teachers that are teaching this class? How many teachers are teaching this class? Is there training for this class? Are teachers opting out of this stuff? I mean, this is an important class, right? We're trying
that was 2 minutes. Thank you.
Trying to get our minorities engaged. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
Our next speaker is Terrence Gladney.
This is for Rich. Keep standing, Rich. I still see you as that passionate father at Tahoe Elementary when I first met you. When I was sitting and suffering through the technological issues that we all were earlier, I was trying to figure out a way to look at the glass half full. And if I thought about it, then, it's a great opportunity for you all to endure sort of like an SEL lesson and empathize with teachers and families and students that have been enduring that at their home, and hopefully don't expect that because the district says that it's ready, that they're not, because we're obviously not. We don't even have the equipment that's on order, and we know what happened with the Chromebooks. So let's be mindful about that and treat all of our stakeholders with compassion, care, and patience, hopefully, and we can hopefully get through it. I'm an experienced IT professional, and I have had those same issues. So I'm not blaming anyone, but I know that they're actually real because technology has a mind of its own sometimes. I would hope that you as a board would also extend the opportunity to yourselves to endure an SEL lesson and hopefully model to students and families that are uncertain about returning what it's like. Step out of your homes and maybe into the safety of the Cerner Center. Put that room into a classroom configuration and see what it's like from the student side. Put yourselves in that position of a teacher, and what is it like to engage each other with a much smaller body in an agendized, structured format, and then think about what that's like in the chaotic environment with children who are going and learning and growing and also returning to an unfamiliar, unsafe, possibly situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Wait, do I still have time? Do I still have time?
A little bit of time.
I'm not giving my seconds back. I get cut off. I just want you guys to think about statute versus statute. Okay? Statute is what we have to do. Statutes is how you actually honor someone. When the LCAP says they want to be more engaged, there's certain things the statute says that you guys can't allow them to do. Build statutes for those parents and allow them to spread their wings and fully open their hearts. You hear every meeting from Rich. His heart is full, so fill it up with more opportunities for him to share that love. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney.
Our last speaker is Teresa Martinez.
Okay, hello. Can everyone hear me?
Great. Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I am a parent of a 4-year-old that's enrolled in the extraordinary program of the Parent Participation Preschool. I am very disappointed to hear that the program is considered for removal, and I just really want to share how innovative this program is. It combines parental involvement with really great in-person care and involvement for our kids. And I think that this program should not be looked at for dismissal, but actually expanded and used as a model for other school districts. It's a great way to get parents involved in their students' academic career, right even before kindergarten. And it brings in a lot of monthly classes that parents really need to know on things like sibling rivalry, positive discipline, things that like parents really need to know while their kid is going through these huge developmental stages. My daughter has been involved in this program for a year now, even through the virtual program, and I've seen so much growth in her, and she's excited for school. And I just think that should be built upon as she enters into the kindergarten program. And so I just think it builds community, it builds strong habits for not only the kids, but also the parents to be involved in their child's academic career. And it's the only affordable option. This is really the only option that I would have for my daughter. And I just really think that it supports a equitable approach to be able to have options like this available for our kids in Sacramento. So I'm very excited about this program, and I was disappointed to hear that it's possibly for removal, and I'd be happy to share any more information about the program and all of its benefits. Thank you to Ms. Tamara and everyone else that supports this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
That was the final public comment.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moretti. All right, item 9.0 communications, 9.1 employee organization reports, SCTA.
The report was submitted written. We do have 2 live speakers, but
Okay.
just commenting, not someone from SCTA.
Okay, Ms. Collins, since it's an employee organization report, do we need to read the written comment or?
Well, you should take the 2 public comments that are they still live?
Yes.
Okay. And then, yes, Ms. Moretti can read the SCTA organizational report.
Okay.
Our first public comment is from Amanda Connolly. Oh, it looks like she is no longer online, but we also have public comment from Terrence Gladney.
Okay. Welcome back, Mr. Gladney.
Thank you. I obviously don't know what David and Nikki's report is going to be, but as I think about where we are as a district, and I'm gonna be the first to admit, I use the terminology district, I use the terminology staff. We're a community, but we don't treat each other like it, right? So, I think it would be in our best interest to realize that, board members, staff, Mr. Vargas, his son is one of my favorite students, if not favorite people I've ever met. Funniest young man, just, like we all have different levels of investment in this, but if we are truly speaking to the same goal, then we have to work together, right? So we have to have a community. And I think that, part of it is our district is so large that a lot of times we get lost in the enormity of it all. I would implore you guys to return to your ad hoc format. I feel like that was some of the most productive, meaningful work around facilities, around budget, around governance that was ever done by the board. And I've been involved for over a decade. It allows you guys to deal with things in micro components instead of in the enormity of a board meeting and worrying about the length of a meeting. You guys can come back from your trusted advisors, absorb that information in a much more palatable piece, right? I remember at SAC Council PTA, my board consisted of members of CAC, DAC, LCAP. I was also on the LCAP, but having that cross-sectional representation allowed us to see our flaws, but also to learn from best practices from those trusted advisors, from other stakeholder populations. I, again, implore you guys to do the same. If you really value the work of the LCAP, follow through on your promise or your offer to allow them to evaluate your implementation of your spoken morals and pillars of the work that you're doing. And I think that we can all go further. And when I look at board member Shake, and I call him board member, I'm not going to differentiate between student. He's a board member.
That was 2 minutes.
He's you guys' compass for the work that you do in every meeting. So just make sure to look his way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney. Ms. Moretti, would you like to read the comment?
Yes.
Or the report, sorry.
It says, good evening, members of the board. It is simply unheard of to see a district self-certify its budget as negative when its projected budget show its ending fund balance in the third year out to be $52 million, almost 4 times what is required by law. A negatively certified budget means the president of the governing board, with your approval, signs a document that testifies that, quote, I certify that based upon the current projections, this district will be unable to meet its financial obligations for the remainder of this current fiscal year or for the subsequent fiscal year, unquote. In the very same document that President Pritchett will sign, if you vote to approve it, the district's budget projections show that this fiscal year, SUSD is projected to have an ending fund balance of $89.45 million unrestricted plus $11.46 million restricted equals $100.9 million total ending fund balance. The subsequent fiscal year, SUSD is projected to have an ending fund balance of $78.28 million unrestricted plus $0 million restricted equals $78.28 million total ending fund balance. The third fiscal year, SUSD is projected to have an ending fund balance of $51.92 million unrestricted plus $0 million restricted equals $51.92 million total ending fund balance. These projections do not even include the new COVID dollars the district is expected to receive from the state and federal level. All objective reality says you can't possibly be unable to meet your financial obligations in a year that you are ending with over $100 million in your ending fund balance, nor can you say that when you have $78 million in your ending fund balance in 2021 to 22. As board members, you need not only push back on staff trying to tell you that up is down and to not believe what your own eyes see in the documents before you, but you also need to ask questions about what this negative certification means to the district, to its functionality, to its reputation, and to its budget. Did you know that the district has already paid over $625,000 to Scully Fiscal Services / Terry Ryland, Fortson Consulting, and Jackie Campfield since January 2019 to do negative certification? You've paid Terry Ryland and Jackie Canfield over $180,000 for the first 6 months of this year alone. For what? For them to help your staff present a first interim budget in December that said the district was deficit spending $30.4 million, only to present a second interim budget to you in March that shows an almost $7.9 million surplus this year. To create budget projections that swing $38 million in 3 months, you need a CBO, an assistant superintendent, a full complement of business services staff, and 2 paid consultants. If you compare the first interim budget they presented to you side by side with what your staff is presenting to you tonight, you can see the overwhelming majority of that budget swing was due to $40 million in overestimated projections of expenditures. It is embarrassing and damaging to our district's reputation to continue this false narrative of a negative budget certification, but it also costs our district money. Continuing the negative certification farce means you continue to pay outside consultants due to the negative certification. The same staff and consultants that are telling you that you can't spare even a few $100,000 in expenditures, so you have to abolish the adult ed parent participation preschool program and cut CTE programs when the Student Advisory Council just came to your meeting to plead for more career training opportunities for students, are also telling you to negatively certify a budget that clearly meets the qualifications to be certified as positive. How can they not tell you that this self-certification means you will be paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to Scully Financial Services and Jackie Canfield to consult and check your own highly paid business office? Your business office, by the way, added a new assistant superintendent position this year for a minimum of $156,000 in salary alone. Please refuse to approve this budget as negatively certified. Isn't $625,000 paid to consultants enough Please direct this money to support services for students. In reality, with a budget that looks like this and the prospect of over $100 million in additional COVID dollars not included in the second interim projections for next year, you could rescind every single certified and classified layoff notice right now. Attached, you will find district's report of payments made to SCOE Financial Services / Terry Ryland, which SCTA received from an RFI, district's report of payments made to Jackie Canfield, which SCTA received from an RFI, district's report of payments made to Fortsum Consulting, which SCTA received from an RFI. SCTA created document putting together expenditures on these consultants by fiscal year. SCTA created spreadsheet of the progression of SCUSD 2020 to 21 budget side by side. And that's the end of the report.
Thank you. Item 10.0, Board Workshop Strategic Plan and Other Initiatives. 10.1, approve resolution number 3189, the renewal of a charter for the California Montessori Project, Capital Campus. Mr. Ramos and Mr. Barley.
Good evening, board members, President Pritchard, President Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. My name is Jesse Ramos, and I'm joined here this evening with the Superintendent of California Montessori Project, Capital Campus, Brett Barley, and Bernie Evangelista, the principal of Capital Campus. So we can go to the next slide. For tonight's presentation, the first slide will be the charter review team, an overview of the charter school. Then there's about 4 slides that are with the discussing the charter renewal law and regulations. And then we have about 10 slides with staff analysis using the middle tier evaluation criterion. And instead of going to questions, because the new law does say that we're going to share presentation time with the petitioner, that after I do my presentation, I will have the California Montessori Project do their presentation, and then we'll continue with the rest of the presentation with comments, public comments, and then also the staff's recommendation to approve renewal. Next slide. This work would not be possible without the expertise and experience of many people throughout the district. So I just want to make sure I publicly acknowledge everyone's efforts on this project. So I'd like to thank everyone on this list who helped us put together the evaluation of the petition. Next slide. So this is a quick summary of the California Montessori Project. It's in its 15th year of operation. It started in August 16, 2006. As of the census day enrollment, it had 330 students, kindergarten to 8th. It is an independent. They submitted their petition on December 4th, 2020. And the public hearing we had on January 14th. Today, March 18th, is the day we're going to take a request board action. Their current charter does expire June 30th of this year. Next slide. Okay, if you can press for the builds on this slide, thank you. All right, so for the renewal process, it's similar to an initial approval, but because it is a renewal, they do have a track record. So that is the big difference, and that's something we're going to be looking at. Now, the charter authorizers must consider the school's performance on the California School Dashboard indicators when evaluating a petition to renew a charter. The state does do an evaluation, and they place the charter schools into 3 tiers for renewal. There's the high-performing charter schools, the middle-performing charter schools, and low-performing charter schools. Generally, the approach is to approve unless there's a finding of some sort. but generally the action is to approve on less. Next slide. Thank you. And actually, if you can, I think there's 5 bills on this one. So this is a general recap of the process. The first, when they submit it, you have 60 days for public hearing and 90 days to make a decision. The Montessori project and SCSD did agree for a 30-day extension. Then also, when they submitted a documentation saying that their petition is complete. And then it does go to a board meeting. Also, 15 days before today, it was posted and provided to the charter school. So they saw the summary report that the staff did. And then now the petitioners, as I mentioned earlier, are given equal time. And actually, I'd like to spend a moment on number 5. So I'm going to spend more time on California Montessori project because we have 2 charter renewals tonight. And that's just because I'm going over certain slides that are on both presentations. But then the next school, my presentation will be much shorter. But this is applicable to both this school and the school that will be following this school. Next slide. So this has 5 bills. If you can bring them up there, thank you. So when doing the renewal, you must include any new laws. You look at 2 years of data, including the current year, so a total of 3 years. If there's any material changes to the petitions, such as an expansion of grade levels or adding new facilities, then it goes to a material revision. If there are any significant violations or issues, there should be a due process for the charter school. Next slide. Again, continuing, still any new laws. Enrollment data is also part of it. The dashboard is a major piece of it, using at the dashboard, the academic performance groups compared to the state. Before it used to be compared to the district or current or schools that were neighboring schools, but now it's compared to the state. Also, there is an option with the verifiable data. For this particular situation, the verifiable data was not available. It was not posted till January 1st, the list. This petition was submitted on December 1st. Other changes with the law is that the fiscal considerations are not part of the renewal petition evaluation. But basically, you're looking at sound governance, the financials, operations, and if the decision is non-renewal, then the decision is also on the premise that the closure is in the best interest of the students. Next slide. So there's basically, if you can build the builds, I think there's 4. Thank you. There are 4 basic questions, right? Is the charter school educational program a success? Is the charter school financially viable? Is the charter school operating and governed effectively? Is the charter school serving public policy? Next slide. So, as I mentioned earlier, the state did evaluate all of the charter schools based on their the dashboard performance. California Montessori project was determined to be a middle performing school. So, as it being a middle performing school, we evaluated under the middle performing tier evaluation criterion. So next slide. So for the middle tier evaluation, schools that fall under this category, the review process considers the following. Did the school fail to meet or make sufficient progress towards meeting the standards? And is closure in the best interest of students? And its decision is placed greater weight on performance and academic measures. And that is the 3rd bullet is on the prerogative of the board and the district. Next slide. So This is our data analysis in the board packet, as well as in the executive summary. We do add all of the information for all of the subgroup areas. And so those subgroup areas include, for California Montessori Project, give me a moment here. So California Montessori Project has the following significant subgroups: Hispanic or Latino students, white, 2 or more races, socioeconomically disadvantaged pupils, and pupils with disabilities. For this slide deck, I just included all students in comparison to the state. You will see that in comparison to the state, California Montessori Project was in the yellow zone, while the state was in the green. Something to remember with regards to the dashboard also takes into consideration the trend. So if you look at California Montessori Project for English, it shows that 0.1 points of their students were below the standard. Whereas for the California dash, it shows 2.5 points of students are below the standard. But the difference between the yellow and the green from Montessori Project and the state is the state had an increase. So they increased by 3.7 points versus California Montessori Project declined by 8.2. So that explains why the difference in the colors. Next slide. Next slide. This is for mathematics. Again, this is for the general population. You can see both the Montessori Project and the state were in the yellow. Next slide. So the other item is that in this particular slide, it shows the key student groups that perform below the state on the dashboard. So for California Montessori Project, all students, we already showed that slide there, but it is yellow was for all students, where the state was green. Hispanic students were orange, the state was yellow. Socioeconomically disadvantaged students, Montessori Project was orange, the state was yellow. Next slide. So this is with mathematics with the dashboard. Again, with the dashboard, Hispanic students scored lower than the state. They were orange versus yellow. Actually, I don't want to say they scored lower, but on the dashboards, which also includes the trend, they were in the orange category versus the yellow. White students, their achievement level was orange versus green for the state. Socioeconomic disadvantage, orange versus yellow. And students with disabilities was a red versus orange at the state. And that's for mathematics. Next slide. Let's see how many bills are in this one. So in their petition, Montessori Project listed several significant actions that they plan to take or are currently taking to help address student needs. I won't read the list here, but this is some of the items that they put in their petition. Next slide. It's also important to consider that when we were doing the analysis, because of the pandemic, the CASPE assessments were not done. And so we did not have 1920 data. We were only able to take the data from the 1819 year. Also, the verified data list, as I mentioned earlier, was not posted in time to be used for this evaluation. They submitted their evaluation on the 4th of December. That did not come out to January 1st. Next slide. So one of the other criterion is whether it's in the best interest. This is from the petition submitted by the Montessori Project, and we are in agreement with their assessment that this school does serve a need. It's a small school. They do have a wait list, and they have been serving our students for 15 years. And they have other reasons for why they are continuing to serve the community. Next slide. All right. So overall, back to the basics. The criterion is the charter school educational program of success. Based on the last dashboard, CMP failed to meet or make sufficient progress towards meeting standards. But we do want to make sure that it is important points to consider. The CASB results were not administered. They are taking several steps to address the student needs. Putting this as the primary priority is a school board's decision. And also, we will be monitoring their future assessments. The next key question is school financially viable? Yes. This is some of the text from the report. Is the charter school operating and governed effectively? Yes. There were no significant findings with regards to the petition and the elements. And is the charter school serving public policy purposes? Yes, we feel it is in the best interest for the school to remain open. All right, I would now like to introduce, I don't know if I see Bernie, or Bernie, are you going to be our next speaker, or shall I introduce Brett?
Brett. Hi, Jesse. I'm happy to kick it off.
Okay.
And we do have a slide deck as well. I don't know if that's included with yours or if we need to pull that up.
I think we should have your slide deck. If we can bring up CMP slide deck.
Well, while we wait for it to come up, good evening. It's good to see all of you. Thanks for bearing with us at this late hour. We did have about 100 letters of public comment in support of the CMP charter renewal for another 5-year term, in alignment with the staff recommendation, which we're very pleased and excited to see, grateful to see. We did not submit all of those letters through the public comment period because we anticipated the late hour that we would likely be gathered this evening. And so we did email those to you so you could get an opportunity to see all of the individuals that are in support of the CMP charter renewal. And we have a few folks that will be here to provide some live public comment. So again, thank you to the Sacramento City Unified team for their recommendation for a new 5-year renewal. It has been an exciting week at CMP, and I want to hand it off to Bernie to talk first kind of about our unique position within the ecosystem in Sacramento City, and then to share some really exciting updates at CMP Capital. Next slide.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Aguilar, Bernie Evangelista here. The mission of the California Montessori Project is to offer a quality, tuition-free Montessori education that challenges our students to reach their full potential. Free public Montessori in California is rare. There are only 16 public schools that offer K-8 Montessori schools. Our students and families seek Montessori education. Currently, we have about 191 applicants in our pool. 41% or 44% of the current waitlist consists of students outside of the district, and 51% of the applicants also applied to other CMP campuses. Next slide. We returned to school in a hybrid model this week. It was so good to see students and parents. We have implemented several risk mitigation strategies such as social distancing, mask wearing, sneeze guards, directional arrows, and signs that you can see in these pictures. Next slide. Students are once again working with the materials and are showing how focused on learning they are in spite of the long absence. Thanks to board members Leticia Garcia and Chinua Rhodes for visiting us this week, and seeing us in action. We hope that the other board members could come and visit us soon. We'd love to have you there. Next slide.
Okay. Thank you, Bernie. As Mr. Ramos mentioned, CMP Capital is a middle performing school with a presumptive 5-year renewal. CMP also has schools in other districts, and 2 of our other schools are up for renewal this year as well. Our Elk Grove campus and Elk Grove Unified and our San Juan campus and San Juan Unified were both up for renewal, and we're both in the middle performing tier. Both the Elk Grove Unified School District and the San Juan Unified School District gave CMP unequivocal recommendations for a 5-year renewal. As the board knows, we try to be very present and transparent partners in all of our districts. Coming to these meetings, you're probably growing a little weary of our Montessori Minute updates, but our hope is that these opportunities to engage and share with you the things that are happening in our school make these renewal conversations really clear and easy, because you know about our program and you know about the unique opportunities that we provide. In those other 2 districts, in Elk Grove and in San Juan, we did not provide a response to the staff report in those districts. But with this one, we thought that we needed to, because we wanted to paint a fuller picture of CMP's academic performance for you this evening, and make you feel really good about supporting the staff recommendation to renew CMP. Next slide, please. So really kind of drilling down a little bit deeper, because AB 1505 is a new bill for all of us. It's really important to understand how the dashboard works. So first, the colors are arrived at by looking at current year data, which is called status, and prior year data, which is called change. You can see here that CMP was in yellow while the state was in green, even though CMP had higher scores in English language arts than the state did. And similarly, we had the same color as the district, even though we outperformed the district by more than 21 points. So it's important to also probably point out that you can see there at the very bottom the number of students. CMP has 190 students, 197 students that tested. So this is a very sensitive measure. And if you have a few students that go on vacation at the wrong time, have test anxiety, or maybe you see an increase in your special education population, those changes in student participation or demographics can have a big impact on your school color from year to year, especially if you have a very small size in your population. Next slide. In mathematics as well, you can see that all 3, the state, the district, and CMP scored in the orange, orange color, but CMP did outperform the district by about 10 points. Next slide. We shared this with the board at our first presentation. It's something we're really proud of. We continue to serve a greater number of students with disabilities. The campus has become a very popular choice for families with kids on IEP programs. We currently serve 18.4% students with disabilities, which is 53% higher than the state average, and another consideration to keep in mind as we move through some of these academic performance indicators. Next slide. One thing that maybe didn't come out in the staff report that we wanted to make sure the board was aware of is that CMP's English language arts CAS scores have been higher than the state and the district in every year of our current charter term. And when we track our student cohorts over time, 5 out of 6 of the cohorts that we have at least 3 or more years of data for, so we can actually see trend lines, have met or exceeded 1 year's worth of growth every year. Next slide. In our charter renewal packet to the district, we included all of this data as well. There's about 30 pages of student data in that packet. And in there, we also unpack what that performance looks like across grade spans. And you can see here that at the CMP Capital campus, our English language arts scores in every single grade level, except for 1 over the past 2 years, has been stronger than the district average. Next slide. When you stack up all of the Sacramento City Unified elementary and middle schools, you can see, if you really squint there and you look at that orange box, that the CMP Capital campus performs in the top quartile of all elementary and middle schools within the district. Next slide. We also believe deeply in creating a strong climate and culture for our students. And you can see here that CMP's suspension rates have been much lower than the district over the past several years and lower than the state in all years but one. We took notice of that 4.2 that you see at the end of that table and responded accordingly. At the end of that year, we adopted a positive behavior intervention and support system. We began providing mindfulness training to staff, and we hired a school counselor. And as a result, our suspension rate plummeted the following year. Next slide. You can see here in the data that was just released by CDE from last year, from the last school year, our suspension rate moved all the way down to 0.6%. We only suspended 2 kids last year at our campus, and we're very proud of the work that we did and the responses that we made in response to the previous slide. Next slide. Also, chronic absenteeism, the CMP Capital Campus has scored green on the dashboard the two most recent years that the dashboard has been produced. We have a very low chronic absenteeism rate, much lower than the district and the state. Next slide. There's actually only 2 schools in the entire district where kids go to school more frequently than the CMP Capital Campus. Next slide. One of the other things that we really pride ourselves on is, being really clear with ourselves about where we can get better. And one of the areas where we think we can get better is in mathematics. You can see on this slide that the CMP Capital Campus has performed better than the Sacramento City Unified School District in mathematics 3 of the last 4 years for which data is available, but we're certainly not performing at the level that we are with English language arts. And so we know that that's an area where we can continue to get better. If you were to dig deeper into our charter renewal document, you'd see that 4 out of our 6 grade levels over the past, over the charter term, where we have 3 years worth of data, have made or exceeded 1 year's worth of growth. We'll talk a little bit more about our plans to strengthen math instruction in just a moment. Next slide. So even though this is our big area of focus over the next several years, you can see that when we stack all of the elementary and middle schools in the district up, CMP performs right in the middle of Sacramento City Unified Schools in terms of mathematics. Now Bernie's going to share a little bit more about some of our continuous improvement work that's happening at the campus.
So to focus on improving, we have academic strategies. And one is to have classroom instructional rounds with regular observation and feedback from the principal and the dean of students. We are going to conduct the iReady diagnostic and assessment program 3 times a year. Our math specialists will implement and support math intervention program year-round. And we are expanding the reading intervention programs to everybody who needs the program. Our Montessori curriculum guide is aligned to California state standards and the standards-based report cards that indicate the degree students meet the standards. On the social emotional strategy side, I am so happy to say that we just hired a school counselor. And we are hiring a board-certified behavior analyst to add to helping the students that need that support. And we are continuing the implementation of PBIS and mindfulness training to help students be mindful of their surroundings and feelings.
Next slide. Next slide. And then just a couple of quick ones to show that we have seen some significant growth in the performance of our socioeconomically disadvantaged students over the past several years in English language arts. And then next slide. The same is true for our Hispanic students in both English language arts and mathematics over the past several years. So there are some gains happening there that we wanted to point out for the board. Next slide. And then this slide shows us the data that we have from last year. So Mr. Ramos mentioned that the CASP scores, CASP did not happen last year due to COVID, but we did provide our iReady diagnostic 3 times over the course of the year last year. And we did see significant growth based on that iReady assessment. The state board has included iReady in its list of verified data. They published that list in November. We saw that it was on that list and we included it in our charter renewal for consideration. I know San Juan Unified and Elk Grove Unified did consider that as they were making their decisions and recommendations around renewal. So if you look at this triangle, just a quick synopsis, is you can see on the reading side that we began the year with 27% of students in the at-risk category. And by the end of the year, we had moved to 5%. Similarly, at the bottom of that triangle, you can see that we began the year with 25% of students in Tier 1 at grade level, and we ended the year with 63% at grade level. In mathematics, we reduced our Tier 3 from 29% to 10%, and we grew our Tier 1 from 9% to 42%. This is a highly correlative assessment that maps well to the CASP, and our prediction is that if the CASP would have been administered, we would have had 7.44% more CMP students scoring proficient in English language arts and 7.99% more students scoring proficient in mathematics than did so on the 2018-19 CASP. We also broke all of this data out by subgroup and grade level, and that's included in our charter petition. Next slide. Okay, so in conclusion, we believe that there is ample evidence that CMP students are making strong academic progress. In English language arts, our students outperform both the state and the district and perform in the top 20% of all Sacramento City Unified School District schools. In math, while we recognize that there is room to improve, CMP still outperformed the district in every year but one during the course of our most recent 5-year charter. In science, our 5th graders outperform the state and the district. We have incredibly low suspension and chronic absenteeism rates, indicating that CMP has a positive climate and culture where kids want to go to school. And lastly, CMP was recently reaccredited by WASC and the American Montessori Society, demonstrating their confidence in our academic program. So I hope that this additional context makes it a really easy decision for the board to approve the staff recommendation to approve CMP for another 5-year term. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We had 16 live comments. Ms. Moretti, do we still have 16 live comments online?
No, we have 7.
Okay, all right, then they will get 2 minutes each comment.
The first speaker is Amy Ann Gove.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Amy Ann Gove, and I'm a teacher of upper elementary at California Montessori Project Capitol Campus. Currently, our school is chartered by our district, and I wish to strongly encourage you to renew our school's charter. I have been a teacher at CMP for 2 years. Prior to that, I was a teacher in SCUSD for 12 years. When doing research for my own children's school careers, another mother told me that there was a public Montessori school chartered with the district. Though I had long been interested in Montessori education, it was something that I had always associated with people of a higher socioeconomic status. And the fact that the district had been moved to make this globally recognized educational system accessible to all residents, regardless of their income, made me feel inspired to learn more about the school. After touring it, I was struck almost to tears by the feelings of community and indeed love that I felt in the classrooms I had entered. Though I myself was a public school teacher in a traditional system, I had never felt the sense of independence, but still interdependence I saw in the classrooms. Though I was never at a loss for professional development in my previous position, I feel that one of CMP's strengths is in getting buy-in from and training for staff members for the different programs they implement. As a new Montessori educator, I had an assigned mentor teacher on the campus with me, who I could approach with questions every day. Moreover, I have experienced that the administration seeks and truly considers teachers' input when making decisions. That was never so apparent as when we were forced to make a transition to distance learning. When considering schedules and reopening plans, the teachers were asked their opinions and conversations were had with each grade level at each campus. When we said, this is possible, but this is infeasible, that was taken into consideration, and ultimately our feelings became integrated into the plan put into motion. This creates a feeling of being valued by the staff and certificated teachers, and also leads to a higher morale, which is passed down to the students. I hope that you vote to renew the charter of California Montessori Project with the Sacramento City Unified District.
Our next speaker is Brenna Reason.
Thank you for having me. My name is Brenna Rezan. I'm a parent of a first grade student at California Montessori Project Capital Campus and support approval of a 5-year charter. My daughter, Kira, is a special needs student. Our family preference has always been to provide our child with a Montessori education. We knew by CMP's reputation in the community that Kira would receive a quality Montessori education, but special education services were of the utmost importance to our family. The special education staff were so welcoming and friendly, we immediately felt like family. They worked to ensure that Kira would have an IEP in place on day one. What truly makes CMP special is the culture and professionalism. My husband and I have been so impressed by the entire CMP team, including how they go above and beyond for their students. For example, knowing that transitions are very difficult for Kira, when her teacher was planning for maternity leave, our principal, Miss Burney, made a personal phone call to offer her support, ensure we understood the implications of the teacher's leave, and committed to working with the CMP team to find the best possible solutions. Additionally, noting that Kira was having difficulty with the flow of Zoom classes, her teacher began meeting with her 10 minutes before class to set the agenda, which greatly improved her attention and performance. In this year, she has gone from below grade level in most areas to at or above grade level in most areas, despite distance learning. Everyone at CMP is very engaging and responds to questions and concerns with compassion and sincerity. The openness and consistency of communication amongst the school staff has been comforting, especially during these difficulties of the past year. We consistently receive quality feedback regarding our daughter's education and social emotional development and the support we need to allow our daughter to thrive. We cannot imagine our daughter going to any other school during these formative years, and we never want to. Thank you for your consideration, and I hope you approve the 5-year charter for California Montessori Project. And today was her first day back at school, and she had a great day.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Emily Avila.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Please consider extending the 5-year charter from CMP. I cherish my CMP experience. CMP really prepared me for high school, and I didn't realize it until I was faced with things we learned about in middle school. When I went into high school, I was more prepared than most of the other students because I had already been taught what we went over in middle school. I learned a lot about organizing. That's why I have great organizational skills now. I also learned about how to speak up for myself and others. CMP did a lot of group projects, which had an impact on me when I had to work with other people in high school for group work. I learned that some people won't put in as much effort as you and other partners will in a project, so you have to pick up some of the slack and then advocate for yourself if necessary in the event your group did not earn the grade you expected. Having those kinds of conversations can be uncomfortable, but it's necessary. CMP not only taught me lessons in school, but also in life. Whenever someone shared that they were going through a hard time, we always sent out positive energy to them as a class. I didn't realize what that meant until recently. It amazes me that we used to do that in middle school, and I didn't think anything of it, and now I do it all the time. Every time I hear something negative or hear that someone is going through a rough patch, I always try to send positive energy their way or to the situation. Going through middle school, I hated it, to be honest. Not the school itself, but the age I was at and what I went through as a young teenager. I often felt alone and out of place with life and myself, but CMP made me feel welcomed and like I had an extended family. Everyone was always smiling and tried to make people happy. I specifically remember this time I was having a breakdown and couldn't breathe. My teacher, Miss Jill, came outside to sit with me and talk to me about what was going on. That moment really stuck with me. The teachers at CMP aren't just there to teach you, they grow a connection with you, and that connection sticks with you forever. I'm so grateful to be a part of the CMP family.
Thank you, Emily.
Our next speaker is Jill Kakilala.
Hello.
Yes. Hi, Jill.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. I'm Jill Kakilala with my son Gian here. We are former members of the CMP Capital community asking for charter renewal approval. Both my sons completed their elementary education at CMP Capital. The older one, Gian, graduated valedictorian from Cristo Rey High School and is enrolled in UC Berkeley. The younger one is currently a senior in Oakmont High School and was recently awarded Maxima Cum Laude for academic merit and will attend the University of San Francisco this fall. Both are great ambassadors of Montessori education that makes CMP Capital unique and special. They are team builders, creative critical thinkers, problem solvers, and compassionate leaders. My sons and the many children who have had the privilege to attend CMP Capital have thrived in their high schools and in other environments they are part of because of the well-rounded and holistic education offered by the school. I am really thankful that when my family moved here to the United States almost 15 years ago, we were able to be in the Sacramento City School District that offered the option for our children to attend a Montessori charter school whose leadership and staff worked closely with us and all families to best support the education of our children. Thank you, and here's my son, Gian.
Good evening, everyone. I am Gian Kakilala, a CMP Capital Campus graduate and currently an undergraduate student at UC Berkeley. The experiences I had in CMP helped guide me as a student and as a person. As a young adult, I realized that those experiences made me confident in myself, in my creativity, and in my capabilities. I was in an environment that introduced me to a rich curriculum, different people and situations, unique personalities, and learning experiences that made me more open-minded and ready for what was to come in high school, college, and beyond. The years I spent in CMP have helped develop the person I am today. And for that, I will always be grateful to CMP Capital and the SCUSD. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Katie Dodd.
Hi there. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Katie Dodd, and I am a credentialed middle school teacher at CMP Capital. I have been honored to work here for 7 years now. And when I thought of what I wanted to say tonight, I wanted to address CMP's mission statement that Bernie addressed earlier. CMP's mission is to offer a quality and tuition-free Montessori education that challenges all students to reach their fullest potential. The vision statement also details promoting independence, teaching respect to oneself and others, and building confidence to become an empowering member of a global society. These statements are not just words to CMP, they are the core of who we are. I love working at CMP because of the culture that our administrative team has built at each site and as a network. The Montessori philosophy is a shared pedagogy among all staff, families, and students. And this shared vision unites us all into one journey through our education, but also finding our place as global citizens within our community. As a staff member, I've always been supported, encouraged, and acknowledged for the work that I do. Not only have I been supported within the classroom, but I've been supported in my own personal and professional growth. This has led me to feel free and open to reaching out for help when needed, creating a classroom that is safe and rigorous, but at the same time focusing on my own growth through 2 master's programs, an administrative credential program, and being fully Montessori trained from first grade through the high school level. As a parent of 4 CMP students ranging from TK all the way to 7th grade, my students come home thriving in such a safe and inclusive environment with teachers who love to be there, and they have the tools to successfully provide the quality education that I would want for my children. They love going to school at CMP, and they always share their success stories, their excitement when mastering a new concept, and their learning from the hands-on materials and the friends that they have made. CMP is our home, and we are blessed to be a part of such an amazing community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dodd.
Next speaker is Mimi Coughlin.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mimi Coughlin. I'm a professor of education at Sacramento State, and I'm also a parent of a senior at Rosemont High School, and our older daughter is also at Sacramento State. Both of these girls graduated from CMP. They attended K through 8. Both still count CMP classmates among their closest friends. It is not surprising that our daughters are entering creative and environmental fields, one in interior design and one in marine biology. And parenthetically, they were both IEP students as well. CMP prepared them well in these areas through field trips, extracurriculars, and annual events that highlight multidisciplinary learning. Their education encompassed many opportunities to engage in and deeply explore topics of interest. As parents, we relished the annual Continent Night, Science Fair, Class Play, Wax Museum, and Watch Me Work Night as windows into what our children and their classmates were doing. CMP provides many opportunities to interact with others. Cooperative group projects allowed our children to experiment with managing collaboration and negotiating conflict. Presenting the results of their work built their comfort with speaking publicly, which is a skill many students only begin to tackle in college. They are more confident and comfortable in their interactions as a result of attending CMP. We are proud of the people our children have become as a result of attending CMP. Students emerge with a keen sense of the importance of cherishing the natural environment and treating others with respect and dignity. Students who have studied and practiced these values from kindergarten through middle school bring a sense of responsibility and social justice with them into the world beyond CMP. We urge you to approve their charter. Shout out to Gian and Emily, who were classmates of my daughters as well, and as well as Miss Jill, who taught them so well all the years she taught middle school there.
Thank you, Ms. Coughlin.
Our final speaker is Rosalie Martinez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Rosalie Martinez, and I'm a teacher for California Montessori Project's Capital Campus. Working for this school, I've been provided with so many opportunities to grow as an educator, from having seasoned co-teachers to show me the ropes daily that only time can teach you as an educator, to thoughtfully put together network-wide professional developments. I never thought I'd learn so much in such a short amount of time. In my 3 years working here, I've been offered optional weekend professional developments, assistance in growing in my Montessori education and getting a Montessori credential, and clearing my teaching credential. After receiving all this training, I've been given opportunities to in turn train incoming staff to our network as well. With all the amount of support and encouragement poured into me, I've never felt so valued as an educator. In my 5 years of teaching, I've come to find that what makes and breaks a school is the infrastructure that's set in place from the top down. Having such an organized and uplifting administration system has made our staff community feel prepared and empowered to do great work with the children. If you were to walk into any classroom, you'll feel the love that children have for their environments that are set up for them. The amount of student learning and engagement you see in our classrooms is quite surreal. Coming from a traditional school myself, I can't help but feel like my childhood was slightly robbed of a great education. When COVID hit last year, CMP moved quickly into getting distance learning accessible for both staff and families. And if I'm remembering correctly, my distance learning classroom was fully up and running within 2 to 3 weeks after the shutdown, with every child having access to a device ready to be used. I highly recommend us to be rechartered because of the level of organization and quality of our education we provide to our families. You can truly feel that our students are our number one priority. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. All right, that was our final comment. Do we have any board discussion questions? Member Garcia?
I just have one question. So the math decline, I don't know if I ever caught like the reason why the math percentage, went down by like 8-something%, I think. So I know we heard the strategies of how you're going to improve that, but I don't think I ever heard why the decline happened in the first place. And I know you have a small, you're 192 students, 196. So I know it's a small group of students, but.
Yeah, so 197 that take the test. So it's third graders through eighth graders that would take the CASP every year. So it's a pretty small sample size. So if you were to go back and look at the first year that CMP was reauthorized during this current charter term, in that year, we were at 33% proficient. The following year, we were round up 28% proficient. Then we were at 36.6% proficient, and then we were at 34% proficient. So it's bounced around a little bit over the past several years, but always right around that 33, 34 proficiency. And you're seeing some of the variability, I think, there between different student populations and groups coming through. But what it's also telling us as school leaders is that's an area where we really want to sharpen our pencils and continue to get better, because it's not the 58%, 57%, 56% level of proficiency that we're seeing in English language arts. A couple of other thoughts on that is our students use physical materials. The materials in the classroom are what makes Montessori, I think, so special. But then you ask a third grader to complete a SBAC problem, and you remove their bead frame, or you remove the other hands-on materials that they have been using in their math instruction since they joined us in kindergarten. And then you're removing some of their strategies for solving those math problems. So one of the things that Bernie and myself and a lot of our teaching team spend a lot of time talking about is how can we continue to be true to the Montessori pedagogy, letting kids work with these materials in a hands-on way, and also continue to infuse the language of the Common Core standards and the types of questions that are going to be asked of them of CASP. Some of the strategies that Bernie talked about, our pivot to a standards-based report card, these new curriculum guides that we have that map all of the Montessori lessons over to a California state standards. I think that's some of the hard work that we need to continue to do to make sure that not only are all of our Montessori lessons mapping over and we're filling in any gaps that might exist between the Montessori curriculum and the state standards, but also that when kids are placed in front of the CASP test, that they have the skills and the tools that they need to be able to successfully answer those questions when you take away some of the tools that they've been using in their classroom with them since they started with us.
And that dip was pretty consistent across like student groups, or you saw a bigger dip with some student groups?
I think it was consistent across student groups. I don't have it broken out by demographics in front of me, but I think it was a general student population dip. We could go back and we could maybe look at whether there was a grade level piece that was happening there. We also saw increases in our special education student enrollment during the past several years. That may be a contributing factor. We could spend a whole evening talking about this, but one of the other areas that we want to spend a lot of time thinking about for our teachers that teach 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, that's a lot of content to cover for any teacher over the course of the year. So what are we doing to make sure that our teachers that have these mixed age, mixed grade levels, that they have the tools and the skills that they need to be able to teach 3 grade levels of math content really, really well over the course of a school year?
Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, it's always great visiting your campus. It really does feel like a very close-knit community. So thank you.
Sure.
Are there any other board member comments or questions? I will entertain a motion to approve Resolution 3189.
I move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All right. And superintendent roll call?
Sure. Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Morosky?
Aye.
Member Wu?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye. Great. Thank you. The motion has been approved. Thank you. Item 10.2, approve Resolution 3190, renewal of charter for Capital Collegiate Academy. Mr. Ramos?
Yes, hello. I'm just putting up the PowerPoint. And that actually looks like Capital Collegiate's PowerPoint. If you can find our district PowerPoint.
Yes, they're switching it.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to be up here too. Give me a moment. All right. All right. While they're switching it, I can, similar to our last presentation, so it's almost, you can go back to that slide deck. Here it is. All right. So first slide, thank you. All right, so slides are going to go much faster through this presentation. Basically, the first 10, 15 slides are pretty much the same. So if we can go to the next slide. Again, that's a list of our charter review team. A big appreciation. Next slide. So this is a summary of Capital Collegiate Academy. It's in its 10th year. It opened in 2011. And the census day of 2019-20 had 392 students, kindergarten at 7. It is an independent, same thing as Montessori Project. They submitted their petition December 4th. We had our public hearing, and today we're requesting board action. They are due to expire the 21st. Next slide. And go through those. Next slide. And go through those builds, please. Thank you. And we go to the next slide. All right. And next slide. Thank you. Actually, let me see if I can just. All right. Next slide, please. All right. I do want to say one thing on that verifiable data. It came up on the previous presentation. The state board announced or reviewed the lesson the end of November, but it wasn't published and approved till January. So that's how come it did not become part of our evaluation, the verifiable data. Next slide. And same thing, the basics, because Capital Collegiate, just like our previous charter, was determined to be a middle tiered school. And so with the basics, this is the evaluation process. Next slide. Okay, we can go on to the next slide there. Continue. All right, and these are the criterion, whether it makes sufficient progress and it's in the best interest of the students. And we decided to put a greater weight on the performance on academic measures. Next slide. So Capital Collegiate had, let me see, they had some significant student groups as well. Their significant student groups were, let me see. For ethnic groups, there were Black or African American, Asian, Hispanic, or Latino. They also had a socially, economically disadvantaged pupils with disabilities, and English language learners. So they had several significant student groups. For the PowerPoint slide, I just looked at the put in all students, but in the board packet as well as in the executive summary, it does have a breakdown by those student groups. On English language arts, they were 21.7 points above the standard. They were in the blue category, while the state was 2.5 points below the standard, but because of growth, they were in the green category. They actually increased, going back to Capital Collegiate, they increased by 32.2 points. Next slide. For mathematics, they were in the green. They had increased by 18.2 points, and they were 4.9 points below the standard. In comparison to the state, they were just 33.5 points below standard. Capital Collegiate was in the green, the state was in the orange. Next slide. So when we compared CCA's performance with the state's performance on the colors earned on the dashboard for all of those significant subgroups, that's the Black or African American, Asian, Hispanic, socioeconomic, pupils with disabilities, English language learners, they exceeded the state in every single category for both subjects, English language arts and mathematics. Next slide. So similar to what we were just saying, because the CASPE results the CASPE was not administered last year, so we did not have 1920 data, and the verified data list was not posted till after they submitted their evaluation, or excuse me, their petition. Next slide. All right, so the question is closure in the best interest for students? In this particular slide, we're showing Capital Collegiate in comparison to the state, comparison to Sacramento City Unified, comparison to where majority of its students come from, John H. Still. And you can see that in English language arts, it exceeded all of the schools, all of the categories in performance. Next slide. And the same is true with mathematics. When you compare them, the performance in mathematics, and this is actually for all their subgroups as well, they exceeded the performance for the state, the district, as well as the where majority of their students come from. Next slide. So back to the basics. Is the charter school's educational program a success? Yes. As I mentioned earlier, they exceeded all the comparisons with the state, the district, neighboring schools in both English language arts and math. But also consider that we were not able to provide, administer the CASPE results. Is the charter school financially viable? Yes. It has a strong financial position based on our analysis. Is the charter school operating and governed effectively? Their petition, all of the elements were reasonably comprehensive. And overall, we feel it's in the best interest of it serves public policy, and it is the best interest of students to renew the charter. All right, and now I'd like to hand it over to our partners. I think Kristen is going to speak on behalf of Capital Collegiate Academy. Kristen, are you?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, so
I believe I have a few slides to come up. And as that's happening, I'm happy to move us along and get started. Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, Board President Pritchett, and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be back in front of you as you prepare to take action on the renewal of our charter. Capital Collegiate, or CCA, is a college preparatory, next slide please, is a college preparatory charter school. And we're founded on the firm belief that all students, regardless of race and socioeconomic status, are entitled to a college prep education. We serve 420 TK through 8th graders here in Meadowview. 85% of our students live in the district. 82% live in South Sacramento. We serve a very diverse student population. 85% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. 55% are Latino, 30% are African American. Our school community includes over 200 really committed families and a great, phenomenal, outstanding group of educators and staff. And the work that we've done collectively with students, families, and staff have led to the strong academic performance that Mr. Ramos just spoke of. Next, please. And it is in large part because of that academic performance that we do meet the standard for charter renewal set forth by AB 1505, performance on the California dashboard and on assessments that are deemed to be verified data, such as CASP. In addition, our school is fiscally and operationally sound, and we feel renewing the charter is in the best interest of students, in particular those students in South Sacramento who continue to need a public school option to help them compete with their peers across the state. We share the district's commitment to preparing all students to meet the challenges of college and career, and we appreciate Jesse Ramos and the many district staff for their thorough review and their recommendation for approval of our charter. Next slide, please. So just briefly, Capital Collegiate meets renewal requirements. We made sufficient progress toward meeting standards. Students in all of our subgroups are achieving at levels higher than their peers in the school district and in the state. And we're also fulfilling the spirit of our charter. We are committed to putting all students on a path to college and career. Next slide, please. As was shared earlier for English language arts, in just 4 years, our students grew by nearly 20 percentage points, and every grade level cohort made significant measurable progress in ELA, as did each subgroup. In 2018-19, the last year the CASP was administered, nearly 63% of our students met or exceeded ELA standards. Our students have demonstrated dramatic growth in ELA. We're really proud of that. Next slide, please. Similarly, in mathematics, our students are making consistent and measurable progress, particularly over the past 2 years, and again are achieving at levels higher than the state and district, a standard that we're held to for our charter renewal. Next slide. Each year we continue to improve as evidenced by the California dashboard, and as included in our petition, all student subgroups outperformed the state in 2019 in both ELA and math. Next slide. We are in a strong financial position with very healthy reserves. We have really sound governance and operations that district staff have deemed to be reasonably comprehensive. Next slide, please. At our public hearing in January, you heard from students and families and staff and alumni about the critical role CCA serves for our students. And our students, a large percentage of whom are Latino, African American, socioeconomically disadvantaged, need and have a right to a public school with strong academic achievement. CCA thinks we are that school for students and students in every subgroup. And until 100% of our students are meeting or exceeding standards, we know we have a lot more hard work to do. Next slide. Our charter petition includes, we think, clear and convincing evidence that we meet the standards for renewal, and we are respectfully petitioning the board to renew our charter for a term of 5 years. And we thank you on behalf of your work for all students.
Great. Thank you so much. I believe we have 3 live comments. Is that correct, Ms. Moretti?
Yes, and 2 speakers are currently online.
Okay, thank you.
The first is Annie Halston Narayan.
Good evening, or I suppose now I should say good morning, board members and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Annie Narayan, and I am the Assistant Principal of Accountability and Operations at Capital Collegiate Academy. I've been employed as a teacher and now as a school leader at Capital Collegiate since August of 2014. After teaching 3rd and 4th grade for several years, I moved into an administrative role overseeing operations and accountability. Having worked at Capital Collegiate for 7 years, I have been privileged to witness monumental change. When I started at Capital Collegiate, we had less than 100 students and fewer than 20 employees. We were growing our board and trying to recruit top-notch board members. We were using less than half of the classrooms at the Freeport Elementary campus, and we were just getting introduced to the SBAC for the first time. Today, we serve 420 students, have 45 wonderful staff members, a quarter of whom have worked at CCA for 5 or more years, which we are very proud of. We have a strong board of directors. Our founding scholars are now freshmen in high school, and they are thriving. We are in a strong fiscal position. Our wait lists are growing, and our students are achieving at higher and higher levels every year. I remember sitting in the Cerna Center in 2016 and feeling so proud of who we were and what we represented. It's really unbelievable to think what our team has been able to accomplish since then. Our students, our families, our staff, it's what we refer to at CCA as our collective impact. I continue to be so proud of our school community, and I thank you all as our authorizers for making this possible. In my role, I have had the privilege of serving as the liaison to the school district and working with many Sacramento City Unified School District staff members, including members of the facilities and maintenance teams, nutrition services, innovative schools, and the enrollment center. Our collaboration with district personnel over the years has allowed us to operate efficiently and has been a key lever to our success. As we look ahead, we look forward to 5 more years of continued collaboration. By renewing our charter tonight, you are allowing us to continue to prepare our students to compete, achieve, and lead in high school and college and in life. On behalf of our entire staff, I sincerely thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elisiana Rios.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Elisiana Rios, and I am a proud CCA parent of a currently enrolled second grade CCA scholar. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of renewing CCA's charter. My household has always valued education and deemed scholastic excellence as being of the utmost importance. When my son Timothy entered kindergarten at CCA, I was a single mother working full-time, and I was doubtful if I had fully provided him with the tools he needed to not only begin in school, but succeed in it as well. A friend of mine recommended CCA and reassured me that CCA's curriculum and their dedicated faculty work wonders with each and every one of their scholars. After 3 years of being a member of the CCA family, I confidently endorse her recommendation. A short while into Timothy's kindergarten year, out of nowhere, he began to read to me. My son had just begun to say his ABCs when he entered kindergarten, and all of a sudden he could full on read to me. I was astonished at what my son had just accomplished, and it felt as if it had happened overnight. In reality, it hadn't happened overnight at all. It happened day by day with the guidance, support, and encouragement from the truly amazing faculty at CCA. Needless to say, that moment was extremely emotional. It will forever be stitched in my memory, and I am immensely grateful to CCA and its faculty. CCA is not just a school, it is a family. It is a support system that does anything and everything to ensure the advancement of its scholars and their families. Today, my son is above grade level and shows a genuine interest and care in his academics. Although I would love to take credit for my child's achievements, I wholeheartedly attribute his success to the fundamentals and values that CCA's lower elementary program instilled in him. In today's day and age, communities need institutions like CCA, and even more, they need mentors like their faculty. I am currently administrator at a residential treatment facility that houses some of Sacramento's most traumatized youths. I routinely attend to the high acuity needs of the youths my organization serves, but I am consistently in awe of the impactful work that CCA faculty do with ease to attend to the needs of their own youths. CCA does not just focus on producing educated children, they aim to mold and evolve these children into good humans. I could not envision my son anywhere but CCA, and I truly look forward to the remarkable things CCA and their staff will do with my youngest son, who I plan to enroll at CCA in just 3 short years. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to open this up for our board discussion. Does anybody have any comments or questions? All right, I will entertain a motion for approval of Resolution 3190.
So moved. So moved. Second.
Did a preferential vote?
Aye.
All right, Superintendent, roll call.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Morawski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Great. Keep up the good work, Ms. Fiorelli. We'll see you soon. All right. Item 11.0, consent agenda. I believe we have one public comment. Is that correct, Ms. Moretti?
Yes, we do.
On 11.1B?
On 11.1A and 11.1B from Allison French Tubo.
Okay. Good morning, Miss French Tubo. You are on mute. Can somebody from IT take her off of mute?
They cannot do it from this end.
All right. I don't want to pass her up because she's online and she waited this late to be able to speak to us. Miss French Tubo, are you able to take yourself off of mute? Okay, if we can get her at the end, we'll catch her at the end. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Moved.
Second. All right, student preferential vote?
Yes on all open session items.
Thank you. And superintendent roll call.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Perfect. Sorry about that, Ms. French Tubo. We apologize. Okay, item 12.0, business and financial informational reports. Is the public comment from Ms. French Tubo here as well on item 12.1? Okay.
Yes.
Is she able to pull herself off of mute yet?
She's still on mute.
Okay. All right. Information received, Ms. French Tubo. I'll reach out to you tomorrow. Not quite sure why we're not able to get you off mute. With that, we will adjourn back into closed session. Board members, if you could please use your closed session link to head back there. We'll see you soon.